the parts are gone. Yeah, so I don't have the energy today to go back. I probably do that.
You need to tell your mechanic to get you a seat there.
Gari inasonga?
Gari kusonga nayo inasonga.
Alright. So pumzike leo usipeleke gari kesho.
But the steering is too heavy. I feel like I'm driving a lorry. And not just any lorry. You know those lorries that were being produced in the 1960s? Nasikia ni kama naendesheo gari.
There was one called Albion.
That's the name of a lorry. A brand.
It was a brand.
Yes.
And it was manual. And the turnboy's job partly was to help the driver navigate roundabout.
So they would come and help him turn.
The steering wheel was this size. So when he turns it, the turnboy's job is to hold it in that position.
As he makes the next turn.
As he now makes the next turn.
Yes.
And you cap imeshikwa. Then he turns it again. This is a roundabout.
Yes.
So to be a lorry driver in that era, you need to actually be strong.
Yeah.
Okay.
So mkiona Friday nimeanza kuunga
tuelekeni steering.
All right. So
it's usually so awesome when you're driving a car that is well fixed, that is okay.
Oh yes. You even have confidence.
It's worth it. It's worth it. So tomorrow, just spare your time. Take it back to the mechanic.
Okay. I might just Uber for the next couple of days. Anyway, so today train inatupeleka wapi? No, tunaanza na which day are we celebrating?
Well, we are looking at this special day that we are observing, and this is World Breast Cancer Research Day.
Cancer research.
World Breast Cancer Research Day.
Okay.
Of course, which is meant to recognize the life-changing research, of course, which is aimed at finding a cure for breast cancer. Yeah.
I think when we sat here with doctors, we sat with an oncologist, and then we also sat with I'm forgetting what he does, but I think he's a general practitioner. I could be wrong on that. And the one thing that came out in that conversation is that cervical cancer and breast cancer are the number one leading cancers that are killing women in Kenya today. Yes, and I actually think cervical is number one. Yeah, but anyway, today we are talking about breast cancer research.
Actually, I was looking at some report which was saying that among every 8, one might have had or has breast cancer. 1 out of 8.
1 out of 8.
That population is quite. Yeah, that population is quite huge.
1 out of 8 people.
Yeah, there's a report I was checking some place, although I didn't buy to eat that much. Yes.
Okay. And that is the population of the world or population in Kenya?
Just, in the world, in some places, yes. So, basically, I know CT has been in the research sector. Maybe you can tell us, have you ever done something to do with this?
What one witnessed, there is the work that I did was predominantly in the field of HIV and AIDS. Now, the interesting thing about that particular virus, it opens the human body to almost any disease known to man. So one did come across women who had breast cancer, but very many of the cancers one came across were HIV related.
Okay.
Yes. But right now, yes, the leading cancer in this country is breast cancer.
Okay.
Prevalence is very high. Yes.
And by the way, breast cancer, both men and women can actually suffer from it.
Yeah, it does.
Kuna kitu moja huwa tunasahau, tunadhaningi juu breast inakuanga associated sana na wanawake, tunasahau pia wanaume wako na breasts. So you can actually get breast cancer as a man.
Yeah, get it. Actually, I know October is usually the breast cancer month, but this one for today, it is now we are observing, we are appreciating the researchers, those people who are behind looking for cure, yeah, and appreciating the steps they have, the progress they have made so far.
In terms of the train ya leo tutaipanda itupeleke wapi?
Well, the train today taking us to this one, German-born theoretical physicist. Yeah.
Physicist.
Physicist. Yes. This is Albert Einstein. Or Einstein. How you call it? Yes, Einstein. However. Einstein. Yes.
Ama umsema na Kiswahili Albert Einstein.
Einstein. Oh yeah. Yes.
Anyway, what did Albert Einstein say?
Well, this is what he said, that the world is in greater peril from those who tolerate or encourage evil than from those who actually commit it. Albert said, the world is in greater peril from those who tolerate or encourage evil than from those who actually commit it.
That is why our parents walikuwa na tukifanya makosa wanatutandika ni kama hata kutuua.
No, kila mtu. One person makes a mistake.
Yes.
Nyote.
Munakula viboko.
And if there's a friend of yours who was playing with you
in the vicinity,
hata yeye ndani.
City, are you such a parent?
Who does what?
Who beats everyone in the vicinity of the mistake done?
Look at me very carefully.
Okay.
What do you see?
I see someone in spectacles.
Okay. You swali uliuliza umejibu.
Sasa nasikia ni kama unataka kuja kunichapa hapa mali. So I would just kindly say it again, what Albert Einstein
said the world is in greater peril
Yes.
from those who tolerate or encourage evil than from those who actually commit it.
Okay.
Na wale hapo mko kando hapo. Wale wa kuchochea.
You also actually part of the problem.
Actually, you are the most dangerous.
What we call it in modern, it's what you call enabling.
I'm a facilitating.
Yes, you are a facilitator. You are an enabler. You make it possible. It is for that reason that every once in a while you hear me waxing very lyrically loudly about accountability. When you hold people to account, the opportunity and the space for them to do that which is wrong is limited. When you don't and you say nothing, they feel there's nothing wrong and they continue.
So they continue.
That's why you'll notice sometimes kuna watu wanafanyanga makosa saa zile wako in a certain environment but wakienda kwa wengine wanatulia. And it is because of the environment that they are introduced to where they cannot continue with their troublemaking or their evilness is because that environment will not allow them, they will not tolerate their upuzi. But in another one unapata hata waulizi maswali wanaweza fanya chochote kile wanataka. Hata kuna watoto wakorofi, and again I go to children because at the end of the day it begins there. Ni mkorofi saa zile yako na auntie zake, saa zile yako na brother zake, lakini mom na dad wakiingia kwa nyumba, a person is an angel.
Akitoka nje, City, do you have any proverb in relation to this?
Yes, do not insult the mouth of a crocodile while you are still crossing the river.
Do not insult the mouth of a crocodile.
Yes.
While you're still crossing the river.
Yes.
Hiyo imetoka Afghanistan?
No, the African proverbs. I'm not being specific as to which country it comes from. It could even come from Kenya. It could even come from the eastern part of Kenya, but I will not tell you.
Or Masai Mara, because that's where we have crocodiles.
But crocodiles are all over the place. Tana River pia kuna crocodiles.
I'm just insisting.
And I'm telling you, even Rivanyando has crocodiles. Though they are few.
Yeah, almost everywhere we have crocodile except
Indian Ocean.
Kitui County. All right, so ladies and gentlemen.
But they have camels.
Yes, we do have camels from our neighbors, the Somalis. Now, there's a guy called Michael Olande hapa katika YouTube. Amesema, good morning Radio Generation, greetings from 1,000 Hills. 1,000 Hills inakwanga Rwanda.
It is Rwanda, yes.
Okay, thank you for tuning in all the way from Rwanda. Okay, so in case you're wondering where that is, it's actually Radio Generation Kenya on YouTube. That's the name of our page. Kindly go there, subscribe, like, and put in your notifications so that every time we go live, you can actually see us. And you can literally see us live there. We're not just audio, but we also visual. You'll get to see miwani ya CT. You'll get to see, what can I choose hapa kwa Patricia? What is this you're having? Is it a lapel? Yeah, you'll get to see that lapel of hers. All right. And then, of course, you will get to see our very beautiful studio as we have conversations. But then we shall be having guests later on. So kindly log on, check out. You can also follow us on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and uko kwingine kote at Radio Gen KE. Right now, though, log on to rgk.co.ke where you will also see us. But you'll get to see the top stories of the day. And here we have one about our footballers. Ruto confirms 2.5 million reward for Stars and hails team's resilience. I didn't get to watch the game yesterday. However, I was following up, on the goals. I was on YouTube, not YouTube, Google. checking after every few minutes. Where I was, unfortunately, I couldn't have, access a TV. But I'm happy because we actually beat Zambia 0-1.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Cumulatively, how much money now have the players been pledged?
So they were promised
each.
No, it's 5 million.
No,
so
no. It's
yeah,
not.
it's 5 million because initially it was like you get 500 per draw, yes. Then 1 million when you win.
Yes.
Then after is it the 2 or how many matches? They were told now we are going to double what you already have. So as of yesterday they were getting 2.5.
Oh, yesterday they got
they had
2.5.
2.5.
So now we're at 4.
No, they had 2.5. You remember we had done 3 matches. So we won 2, we drew 1.
Okay, so with this
So that
game,
is 2.5.
So with this game now another 2.5.
Yes.
It's 5. Now
So it's 5 million.
So let me ask the question. Do you think it would be wise for them to receive the 5 million at a go?
Yes. Wapatiwe hiyo 5 million yote wakajipange nayo.
Well, looking
I actually don't think so.
well
Wait
looking
a
at
minute, because they were told if they win the tournament, they will get 600 million. This is now from the president. If they win CHAN, they get to the finals and actually win it 600 million. And then, of course, former governor,
to be divided among the players.
Yes, of course. It's 600 divided plus even the coach. And the other, because they have other people that we don't get to see. So 600 million for the entire Stars team. And then former Governor Sonko promised them a further 400 million.
yes.
So now, this first 5 million mi naona wapatiwe. Sababu gani? Ile ya 600 ndio wapatiwe polepole. Lakini hii ya 5 kila mtu apatiwe.
Let's see what city wise.
If we look at the history of people who have won lotteries,
Yes.
not here. The history of lotteries is greater in the West. It forebodes. It is not a good report. Most people within a very short time return to worse poverty than they had before they won the lottery. That money spins their head to the point where now lottery owners and the practitioners never give you all the money at once. They stagger it.
Yes.
Over a period of time.
Yeah, but that's when you have won, say, roughly 100 million or even say 50 million Kenya shillings equivalent of.
Buvi, how much money are the players given when they go for training, for bus fare and so forth?
I honestly don't know.
Is it 5,000 per day? Is it 2,000?
Again, I don't know.
I'm simply trying to say that it is
too much.
It is not 10,000 per day. Okay? It is less. Now, somebody who receives that amount of money when they're in training, then you suddenly give them 5 million shillings. Everybody in the country knows you've received 5 million shillings.
Yes.
All your relatives know.
Yes.
All your homeboys know.
Oh, yes.
And all the dreams you've had about what you do with the money are now in your head.
Yes. All your clandays also are there.
Everybody knows.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Even the witch doctors.
Everybody knows. And
Okay,
everybody wants a piece of this money.
Yes.
Is it not better that money, said this is your money, it is in this account, you'll be receiving it monthly. You blow the first 3 months when you're still figuring it out, but the next month it still comes. You will be able to manage that money better and you'll be able to do things with it. If you receive that 5 million at once,
Pap.
Aki, that thing will disappear. In fact, you'll be shocked. In my opinion, it could even mess up the lives of very many of those young people. And many of them may not even play football after that. Look at the history of Kenyans who've gone abroad to play football and tell me how many you still hear of.
Now, let's just break this down for a second. 5 million Kenya shillings is roughly what? In US dollars? Probably 35,000 US dollars. Some of these boys, when they go play internationally for the clubs they play for outside this country, they can actually make a similar amount, whether weekly, monthly, or like maybe in 2 to 3 months, they can make that amount of money. I feel like they should be allowed to make that mistake of squandering that money. If they listen, I feel like they should be given the opportunity to actually make a decision on how they're going to spend that money. Because mimi shida zangu zinaweza kuwa even more than 5 million. So if you give me that money right now, maybe I need to do something for my parents, build them a home or a house or whatever. I need to buy some land for my in-laws. I need to do something for whoever. I need to do something for... So I literally need that. Mimi hiyo 5 million naitaka sasa. Ingalikuwa ni mimi nacheza. Nataka hiyo 5 million.
Unataka hiyo milioni yako sasa.
Niko na madeni hapa nafaa kulipa. Gari yangu ndio nimewambia iko na shida. I need that 5 million now.
So far, I think so far, looking at how these young people, you know, I just had some conversation somewhere, people saying that in 90 minutes you're getting your 2.5 and I was like, in my mind, it's not 90 minutes. It's not actually 90 minutes. These people have spent a lot of their time training for these matches, training for that 90 minutes. So basically, I want to believe that as a player, somebody who has sacrificed their time, somebody who knows what training is. You know, I've played football and I know like you need to sacrifice a lot. So it means that even in your mind, you become a bit conscious in terms of like whatever outcome, whatever thing you're getting out of this, the effort that you've put in that game is something that you will spend wisely. So I tend to believe again that these guys, some of them of course are young men. They also need that financial.
They are all young men.
Yeah, they need that financial. They need financial advisors. They need people who will guide them on how to use their finances. And again, like Buvi is saying, 5 million, especially in our country nowadays.
Kidogo sana.
Yeah, it might not be that much a lot of money because unaweza pata mtu pale ana madeni mengi sana. Madeni mengi sana.
5 million.
Yeah, ukiongea na mimi vizuri, I can give you 5 million shillings.
Siti uko na 5 million?
Na kufanya nao nini?
Niulize hiyo swali.
Buvi, do you have 5 million?
Yes.
The two of you are daydreamers. And I would never have you as advisor. Really. Ndapoteza watu.
Siti, once you're appointed CS, utanipatia hiyo kazi, ni kwa advisor wako.
Yeah. Advisor on what?
On matters finances, how you'll spend the money in the ministry that
Mungala, you know me, I'm wondering why City is feeling there's a lot of money na hizi ni pesa zenye watu anaenda mkutano ameacha milioni 2
and how many
milioni 5.
Yes, but how many people divide that money? You know, this money is 5 million per person.
Yeah.
Believe me, 50,000 can confuse you if it just arrives at you. You actually forget that you actually worked for it. People get confused and get delirious at the end of the month when they're paid. And that is money you worked for a whole month. A whole month.
30 days.
Now, at this rate, these guys are getting 5 million. You've played some matches, you've reached quarterfinal, 5 million. Even now, in their heads, they've already started figuring out what to do with that money. Okay?
Already ashapigwa simu na shosho kutoka nyumbani. Anaambia kijana yangu usisahau nakumbuka nimeambia utaninunulia kitu fulani.
Quarterfinals they're getting 3.5
each.
Yes, additional.
Bwana.
But it's a good thing. And there are more and more people coming in and offering more money. I'm simply saying this. Believe me, the thing you say makes perfect sense and it's logical. That sort of money often ruins lives. It's not that you will learn. After that, you're actually disabled.
Anyway, we wish them all the best.
Na usisahau wanajengewa manyumba
It's a good thing. Watu wa Harambee Stars wameumia miaka mingi sana. Yeah, I wish they had done this for other players as well. From previous times. So there's another story here. Where was it? Senator Haji raises alarm over youth risking lives in deadly Harib journeys to Europe. I have no idea what Harib is, but let's find out. Yeah. Garissa Senator Abdul Haji is alarmed by the rising number of young people from northern Kenya taking the perilous journey across the Sahara Desert to Europe. Now, the phenomenon locally referred to as Harib often begins in East Africa and snakes through Sudan into Libya, where migrants are vulnerable to kidnappings, trafficking and extortion by armed groups. Now, speaking in Balambala, Senator Haji said the practice has devastated families and communities. He said the vice has left many parents left in anguish as their children disappear into the dangerous migration routes. Okay, so a lot of our children are suffering in the deserts of Libya, the senator warned. Did any one of you know this Tarib thing?
Yes, I did.
Yeah? I'm finding out for the first time.
I'd heard of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought people would actually try and cross into Europe through the Sahara Desert. Ni watu wanoko Libya, Chad, you know, the countries that zimekaribia those borderlands. I actually didn't know that there are some Kenyans from northeastern
Remember, these are illegal immigrants. Okay?
Mm.
Because we do have people who leave Kenya and go abroad. Specifically, the government knows they're going, whatever they're going to do is known.
Yeah.
These are people who are now trying to find their way into, because they've been promised, when you get there, a lot of wonderful good things are waiting for you. So these are routes. It's not the only route, but it is the route that seems to be favored by people who you pay to now take you to the destination that you want, and that's the route you follow. When you hear of boats capsizing in the Mediterranean, same story. That's a route.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least as that much I knew. I just didn't know that we also have Kenyans who actually, make this
Perilous
journey.
do. Remember, you see my point with the previous argument or discussion. When you're young, you're vulnerable and you're impressionable. And I'm looking at these players and I'm saying they are young. The people who go on these journeys are young.
And vulnerable, yeah.
Yes, and they're still full of hope and ideas, and that's why it is easy for them to be persuaded to do certain things in a certain way. An older person will tell you point blank, no, they're not doing it. So, and they all, you see, it is sold to you as somewhere where your life will change. Do you really think that somebody would leave their home to go to a place when they know they're going to meet harm? They would not. The promise is for something better than what you have.
Yeah.
Yes. And by the time you realize it isn't happening, it's a little too late.
You're in the midst of the desert.
Yes.
Yeah.
And remember, we live in a time in the history of this planet where human trafficking is back and in full force.
Someone once asked me if I had the opportunity to leave this country and probably go and work abroad. Okay, forget the opportunity being available, but would I actually look for an opportunity, like actively, like say, let me look for something to do in maybe Turkey, Germany, UK, US, whatever. And I told them no.
You wouldn't.
Yeah. Ile tu kuapply, niko na qualifications zote, academic, professional zote, niambiwe sasa kuna ma opportunities hapa hivi, UK apply uone kama utapata moja. Personally, I don't think I would. I just prefer staying here. In my country and make it better. No, serious. I prefer making things better for the next generation as opposed to me leaving, because the generations that made America, Germany and the West great, them they did their part and they really struggled to make it to
work,
to what we see nowadays. So me, I'd rather struggle here and make things better so that my children don't have to think about going to the UK or Germany. They can be like, this is my Germany, this is my UK. It's equally as good.
Well, I think what you're saying, even to me sometimes back, was thinking like I would want to go outside the country, and I'm like, okay, looking at the freedom that you have in your country, looking at how life is in your back at home, it's quite different when you're a foreigner somewhere and working. And actually sometimes in the promise of jobs, some people end up in human trafficking. So
kwanza wanawake, sex trafficking is proper huko.
Yes, in the promise of now you're going to get a job, sometimes you go there and you realize that even the job that you thought you were going to do is not the same as what you are doing on the ground. So a lot really happens when it comes to working outside your home country. But now I think the bottom line is, if you want to go and work outside, it's quite important that you make it, you use the right procedure. There is a process. Use the right procedure.
But let me make it very clear. In case someone is listening to me from the UK and you want to offer me a job,
hiyo ukatai
nipatie, ni venye tu mimi sita nikitafuta.
You know what City was saying?
No.
You see what City was saying? But the issue of you have been promised a job, somebody has promised to take you through this journey, and then you realize that katikati ya safari things change. It's not what you had agreed, so things change, and that's how now you find people get stuck on the way. Na wanaanza pia kulia sasa.
City ulikuwa unasema you wouldn't go. No,
I would definitely not. As far as I'm concerned, this is the land of opportunity hapa.
Hapa mali tuko.
Hii Kenya hii. Hii ndio nchi ya opportunity. I don't have to go somewhere else to look for opportunity.
Yes. Good stuff. There's Beatrice Omwana amesema good morning from Dallas, Texas. A big hello to City. Also PK amesema greetings from Stockholm. These are viewers on YouTube. Yes, you can actually write your comments there and we'll definitely give them a look. We shall definitely give you that shout out. So in case Beatrice unataka kuniita huko Dallas, Texas, yeah, niko tayari kufanya kazi. Si ati nimesema sasa kutoka Kenya. Nimesema tu sitaenda kutafuta kazi nje. Niko tu sawa hapa. PK, Stockholm kama kuna kazi na unaona movie anaweza fanya hiyo kazi. Aya, tufanye traffic kidogo, tuambie watu Nairobi kunakaa namna gani, if at all it is as hectic as they may think. But the weather has really changed in the last couple of days. Still cold but also it's wet. So kama uko mahali huko na unataka kutoka leo, beba tu mwavuli, you never know. All right, so let's see what's on the roads of Nairobi as far as traffic is concerned. Ninaangalia barabara naitwa Mombasa Road right now. If you're coming from Kitengela, there are no complaints, no traffic at all as you're getting into Kasina, Palevo, Mlolongo, past Mlolongo, kienda sehemu za Cabanas, muko sawa sawa. General Motors and beyond, everything is looking good at this particular hour. A little bit of traffic pale Nyayo, but that's because now all of you are converging from all the roads, Langata Road and the rest. But muko sawa nonetheless. What's on your end, Patricia?
Gong Road iko sawa except pale Prestige Junction and also pale City Mortuary roundabout. That is where we are seeing a little bit of traffic. Bado ni mapema. Thika Road traffic imeanzia mbali sana. Garden City, kuanzia Garden City Mall all the way through to wamefika mpaka Muthaiga. Serious traffic. And I thought ni mapema jamani watu wa Thika. Okay, yeah, when you go to Jogoo Road also things are quite okay except that specific place we keep on talking about, Makadara area mpaka Botela somewhere there. That's where we are seeing a little bit of traffic. Yeah, I think basically those are the roads that have traffic right now. Mombasa things are quite okay except pale Lights Kengeleni pia kuna little bit of traffic.
All right.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Wakati wa kuingia magazetini, I'm looking at the Daily Nation, the front page. Of course, we are celebrating our footballers. Against all odds is what they say. Considered underdogs at the start of the African Nations Championship, debutants Harambee Stars stand Zambia in their final group match to advance to the quarterfinals as group winners with the victory. The hosts retain home ground advantage in the knockout stage, while runners-up Morocco travel to Dar es Salaam to face Tanzania. This story is on pages 43 and 44 of the Daily Nation, and they say that 2.5 million, the triumph will see every player in the 42-man squad rewarded with 2.5 million bob from President William Ruto. 2.5 times 42. Atini pesa kidogo? Pesa kidogo? Yes. Kwa rais. Unajua amekuwa akipeana mamilioni akienda kwa makanisa. I really want to do that.
Pesa kidogo sana.
Nataka kufanya hiyo mathematics kidogo. There's something wrong with your microphone, Patricia. 2.5 times 42 inakuja to 105 million. The president will spend 105 million on each, on this particular match that was played yesterday.
Siyo sawa.
Wow. Tengeneza hiyo microphone yako hapo. Haya, 105 million president amepeana, na tukiconsider ile 105 vingine iko sawa sasa. Tukiangalia ile 105 vingine amepeana in the previous matches. So in this up to the quarterfinals he has given a total of 210 million.
I'm telling you that is little money in our country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as we speak right now. Sina bado unasikia kuna 3.5
yes.
each player if they manage to win the quarterfinals. Yes. Na wakishinda pia we are talking of 600.
So watakuwa wameshapata. By the way, I think if we do that calculation, that mathematics properly, by the time if he's going to be akipeleka pesa juu with every match, by the time
it will be close to
it will eventually get to that 600 million.
Okay, and it will get close to 1 billion. That is apart from now what they have been promised, the overall win.
Your billion umetoa wapi?
Si Sonko akiongeza zile mine yake.
Have we seen it?
No, you don't.
Are you saying Sonko won't pay?
pledges are just that, pledges.
Are you saying that Sonko can't pay?
I do not
Actually-
know. I don't know what he can pay and what he can't. I'm merely stating the fact.
That it is a pledge.
That's it. Even this issue that the president has mentioned, it is a what?
A pledge.
Yes. So, when it is paid, then we will speak of the pledge having been fulfilled. For now, it is a pledge.
Okay.
I've heard other people have also pledged you $500,000. They are pledges.
Bahati the musician gave them 1 million. I don't know if they've
Did he
received.
give or did he say he was going to give?
That's why I've said that I'm not sure whether they have received
whether
that
they
1 million.
received the cash or not. Well, something that is worth noting is how now the yesterday's matches we didn't see a lot of the goonsism that we were seeing the other day. Yeah, so I think the
What
government.
waliwoniwa? What waliwoniwa?
Apart from the warning, I think the government also did something good, like putting on these screens and ensuring that these matches are being watched from different places. It eased that thirst that Kenyans really wanted to go to the field.
But is it really thirst or it's just tabia mbaya?
Well, there's
Ni tabia mbaya.
well,
Kuna
okay,
thirst.
there's kuna tabia mbaya na kuna the fact that you don't want to watch that game alone in the house. Like
Hooliganism is a choice.
personally, I was just watching the match from the house. We were just three of us.
Why didn't you
But
go
most
to
of
the
time,
stadium? Why didn't you go to the stadium and
I
start
didn't-
jumping over the whatever the
I didn't want
barriers?
to go to the. I didn't want to go to the stadium because
so
I
you
saw
had
my
a
screen.
choice.
So we are not all the same. Like and I want to tell you that a population of Kenyans, you know where people lie, and you know people love watching matches with crowds.
Okay.
Si ati ukae tu nyumbani una watch peke yako. So I think hii pia ilisaidia sana, na Wakenya pia waliona kwamba we'll get disqualified from the match.
Varsity fees shocker. First year students begin reporting to universities today amid protests over unclear fee structures, including mandatory charges of up to 50,000 to secure admission. What? Even as Higher Education Loans Board allocations are yet to be disbursed. Hey, let me read that again. What? First year students begin reporting to universities today amid protests over unclear fee structures, including mandatory charges of up to 50,000 bob to secure admission, even as Higher Education Loans Board allocations are yet to be disbursed. 50,000? Is this a bribe or is this admission fee? Because to me it sounds like a bribe. I don't think the government would charge 50,000 shillings for admission fee, no matter what.
That's a lot.
Yeah, unless they're saying they need 50,000 Kenya shillings upfront in terms of fees. But 50,000 including mandatory charges of up to 50,000 to secure admission. Mwalimu, what do you have to say about this situation?
I hardly don't understand it. I honestly don't, because normally,
Yes.
remember, we were informed that payments to the government and government institutions is through
E-Citizen. Yeah.
Yes.
Now hii 50,000 utalipa na nini convenience fee kama itakuwa via E-Citizen.
I still don't understand.
Yeah. Let me
What is it for?
Hebu tusome kidogo, maybe a few paragraphs here. First year students reporting to university from today are being asked to pay up to 50,000 bob in fees to secure admission, even as the Higher Education Loans Board delays the release of funds to beneficiaries. At the University of Nairobi, where students are scheduled to report today, several incoming students told Nation that mandatory fees demanded before registration range between 23,000 and 50,000. Now the students said the online application portal required them to pay part of their fees upfront. Oh, okay. So it's part of the fees upfront before they could proceed with the registration process. University officials attributed the predicament to delays in disbursing loans and scholarships by the Higher Education Loans Board. So here there's a student saying that I have paid 23,000 to the University of Nairobi as a registration fee because I was told to report on Monday. I'm yet to get funding from HELB. We are just hoping for the best. Yes, the student has said, yeah, I may have kulipa 23. So clearly this is upfront payment for their fees, eh? Yeah, it's crazy. The National Treasury dragged into fight for 60 billion police salaries. The National Police Service Commission has written to Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kipto seeking access to police salary funds, escalating its feud with Inspector General Douglas Kanja. Hey, we spoke about the National Police Service Commission last week. Now they have escalated their feud.
This is a fight. It's a succession war. All this fuss, and it seems to center around the IG. It's a succession war.
Yeah.
And remember, the other war that we've seen is the war between the Commission and the IG. And yet, strangely enough, the Commission is actually populated by people who are high-ranking security officials, among them the IG. So it's like the power that was entrenched within the office of the IG has been transferred to the Commission. And there seems to be a fight. Because Commission means committee, committee means consensus. The previous one, IG decides.
Akiwa peke yake tu.
Anaweza kuconsult watu wachache, but essentially wakusema ni yeye.
The buck stops with him.
Yes. So, again, you hear 60 billion, right? With 60 billion comes people who are paid this money. And with people who are paid comes the numbers of police men and women we continue or we wish to increase. And with this comes the never-ending complaints and allegations of corruption when it comes to employment. So this, my friend, is a delightfully full basket of many, many, many things that require resolving. And so here we are. But it also represents the resistance that people have towards change.
Let me ask you, from where you sit, do you think we would want that the powers to remain with the IG?
No.
Or you would appreciate that the Commission does that work?
Believe me, by the time the discussion got to the point where it was understood you need to have a police commission, there is a lot that has been witnessed, has been experienced, that we may not even know. But commissions work. You have a teacher service commission that has been working for the longest time. In the absence of that commission, what would we be doing? Teachers would be managed from the Ministry of Education. You'd have a problem. You have a parliamentary commission. These commissions are necessary. You have a judicial service commission. These commissions are necessary. Believe me. They provide direct oversight and management for whatever discipline that they are supposed to oversee or oversight. They are necessary.
Okay.
Yes.
Sasa vita ndio imetokezea between IG Kanja na watu waenda yako kwa hii National Police Service Committee pia yeye.
Yuko.
Si awaambie tu waseni aje. Ni nini mnanisumbua? Mbona tu tunasumbuana?
Let me repeat it again.
Aambie tu city ni nini, noma iko wapi?
Yes. This is a succession war.
Yeah.
Who will take over?
Yeah.
So,
is it so difficult to talk to CT or Patricia and just tell her, listen, yo, calm down, calm down?
I actually think when you hear the story of a succession war, it also tells you that even within the kitchen cabinet and the kitchen cabinet within the kitchen cabinet and the kitchen cabinet within the other kitchen cabinet, that all is not well.
We usually have a lot of kitchen cabinets.
Yes, they are always, yes. They are. The struggle at a certain level is what cascades down, and then you see it manifest in some of these areas. But this presidency is not an exception. With every presidency, there are always forces within that same administration who don't see eye to eye. And there are people who back them. And sometimes there are three different groups, and they are all struggling and fighting. Now, you don't see them fighting. What you see is what happens.
The result of the vumbi kuiki.
Yes. Believe me, it happens with every presidency. There are those who want to claim that they are the ones who speak on behalf, and there's another one who thinks they speak on their behalf. There's another who makes decisions on behalf.
And then there's the one who speaks on their behalf.
Oh, yes. And then there are others who preempt what they might want to do and do it on their behalf to show that they've understood what the Mkubwa wants. That's how you carry favors with the high-ups.
Patricia, what are you seeing on your paper?
On the Star, the biggest story is about rice farmers crying amid court fight and push to import more. We talked about rice last week, and this is what it's saying, that growers forced to sell for as low as 60 per kg to brokers.
Who forces them?
I think they are doing it against time.
Yeah.
Because once that rice reaches our ports, it's a wrap. Yeah. So ni zile za wakipigana huko juu, buze haraka.
Hii muuze haraka. Brokers of course will go there and
the broker atakwambia fanya hivi. Either unipatie na 60 bob Ama by next week hii nitanunua na 15.
Hiyo biashara huwa ni mbaya sana.
Actually, yes and no. The people who are involved in it know what they're doing. And it involves very many people. It's not one person doing it.
Sure.
No. To be able to import that amount of rice, you need to have had the go-ahead from people who control certain things within the country. And you need to have ready buyers. So, the issue here is not even the 50 or the 60 bob. Again, it is who is going to get what. When you approach an election period like we now are, there are so many moving parts and there are so many things in high gear right now. There are people who want to stand in the next election, and the business that people conduct in order to raise money is these deals.
Actually, you remember that the importation is duty free. Remember we read that last week.
Yes. And for it to be duty free, somebody had to talk to somebody who talked to somebody who agreed. So now there's the debate of, okay, what do we sell it at so that everybody gets what they want? And the money that they are waiting to get, somebody wants to go and live in Karen. I'm told people, everybody wants to live in Karen now.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are those who want to live in Karen. There are those who feel that they now have 4 cars. It's time they bought a chopper. Okay? Yes.
There's one who has a house in Karen already. Now they want to have another one in Kitusuru.
Yes, and he's seeing that actually perhaps Malindi is also not bad if he had a house there near the beach. See, that thinking means every deal that comes, you want your share. And the number of people who want to share in this, as they increase, so there's the rumbling and the disagreements because somebody's been dislodged here, and yet they're the ones who did this, and he also had somebody. All these things that you read about, it is a tip of the iceberg, and it tells you that a lot is happening at the subterranean level. And there are very many movements right now because 2027 is literally round the corner.
Sure. Well, the MPs are at it again. This is what the newspaper says, that we won't allow it. MPs reject Raila's stand, defend constituency fund. So this is what this Coast MP said. MPs led by Movita's Mohamed Machele has pushed back against ODM leader Raila Odinga's call for stripping the NGCDF from constituencies and instead giving it to governors to run. The MPs said they respect Raila as the father of devolution, but will not allow him to deny Kenyans the benefits of the kitty. Many MPs countrywide say the same thing. We won't give it up. The NGCDF Act has been declared unconstitutional by the courts, including the Supreme Court, on grounds of undermining devolution, county governments and the separation of powers. It is to cease operations by June 26th, 2026. But MPs are trying to amend the constitution to entrench it, along with the Senate Oversight Fund and the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, the GAF.
The fighting I was telling you about, it's about money. We can talk around these things, it's money. I personally agree with Machele. I will not bring Raila into the discussion. The MPs should have that CDF. That is, legalize it, make it legal. I have seen what CDF has done. And not in one place, in very many places. I have seen. So I know it is a wonderful thing to have. This idea of giving the county governments the money, that one I oppose 155%.
Why?
These fellows can't account for the money they receive every other, and then you want to give them more money.
You want to add them more money.
Why?
So Arnold Maliba alikuanga hapa.
Anarudi leo.
Anarudi. So Arnold Maliba alikuanga hapa a couple of weeks ago. And Arnold alituambia, and perhaps now we'll ask him to probably clarify on this further. And he was saying that the MPs have forgotten their purpose, which is to legislate and to oversight. Yes, and to represent the people. So they are so focused on this money and who's going to do what and get what and what shares to give to what. And you're saying that at the end of the day, they're not in parliament legislating, they're in parliament fighting for that money. And they forget you. They forget to represent you as a citizen. So he was saying that NGCDF iko sawa, but itolewe kwa kwa mikono ya
itolewe kwa mikono ya MPs.
No.
And I agree
back to the executive.
I agree with Raila that money to be given to the governors.
Hapana.
Let me finish.
Hapana.
However, we need to elect governors who also know how to manage funds. About hani ni money. Si mimi ndio nakushow. Si mimi ndio nakuambia.
And I'm telling you, no. Governors who already are handicapped in managing the money they have there, you want to give them more money.
That's why now
out of the question.
I'm throwing back now this nini to the people, mandate to the people of Kenya, to the people in the counties. You in Nairobi vote for a governor you know is good at or will manage funds well. Of course, there is no way of knowing in advance, but you also
actually you can. There are people you know.
Yes.
This fellow is not capable of doing this job.
But
we like electing such people.
The argument here is you might elect City because City, was a good CEO in a company or was the best accountant or finance, whatever, because of my economy. But it doesn't necessarily mean that now because you've given City the governorship of Nairobi that he's going to manage the funds well.
Yeah.
He might end up eating all that money.
And actually,
we like calling it eating.
I think, like we said, the MPs have a lot of work to do.
And they're not doing it because of NGCDF.
They are too busy with the bursaries. Actually, they are too busy with the...
I don't even agree that the MPs aren't really doing their job.
They're not.
No, I don't agree with that assertion.
Look, in the last finance bill, the previous one from last year,
yes,
what happened to that finance bill? Even after Kenyans showed, majority of people said we do not want this thing, MPs did not represent the feelings of the people. They went and represented their own feelings.
Yes, they were already compromised.
Yes.
And that is why the need for accountability has to be a constant discussion as far as I'm concerned. The work of the MPs is done in committees. There is a lot that they actually do. To state that they are doing nothing is actually not correct.
We are not saying they are doing nothing.
They're just not doing it to their full potential.
Yes, because
that
they are busy.
is absolutely true.
And the reason why they're not doing it to their potential is because of these small distractions called NGCDF.
No.
CCD.
NGCDF is just part of the things that MPs are involved in, which demonstrates the departure from what they were supposed to do. It is not the only one. MPs with the legislative function that is theirs, we have seen what they have done with it. The president himself has come out to say that these people and their opinions are for sale. Okay? How he knows this, only he can explain to us. All right? But clearly he seems to know. The point being this: the MPs sold that birthright which we gave them a long time ago. They didn't start now. All right? And part of the reason is because they are susceptible to being influenced. So NGCDF is just one of those things which is a low-hanging fruit. Okay? But I am arguing that if you look at what it has done, despite the way the manner in which it has been bastardized, it is a useful tool to have. And the idea of giving it to the governors, that one I oppose completely.
Okay, actually, what we were saying here, arguing, is that part of that money, like the one that goes to bursaries, why can't it just be taken to schools, not giving to the MP?
You know, we have a problem here. This Ministry of Education that keeps giving money to schools which don't exist and sending capitation for students who don't exist. Now you want them to also get this money. Let it stay with the MPs. The accountability factor is greater because you can see it. You take it to the county, man, it'll get lost in that entire mix of God knows what and what. The county itself has a bursary fund, for heaven's sake,
and
which actually works in some counties and works very well.
Actually, what Machele, the MP, was saying is that this NGCDF is 2.5% share allocation from the national government, and he says that if it is removed, it will remain at the ministry. It will not go to the county.
Even better basi.
No.
Bwana, situwezi kwa tu unakataa tu kila kitu inakuwa tu nini.
But sijakataa kila kitu.
Okay, but nasema in this particular case.
Ministry.
See, already ministry kuna do.
Ministry is a crime scene.
Yes. let's get that crime. It's better to have one crime scene, which is the ministry, as opposed to have the ministry, to have the county, then to have the MP.
It is not better to have one crime scene. We should not have a crime scene at all.
Exactly.
A ministry that is charged with the duty of looking after the welfare of the future of this country, because that's what education does. And then you bungle it the way they keep bungling it up.
Then now, okay, are you saying now that the MPs are perfect? We are not seeing them wasting money?
MPs have a lot to answer for, but you don't right this wrong by taking the money and giving them to governors. No. Governors. No.
Tufanye venye fanya mambo Kinodhi alisema. Hiyo pesa yote ichukuliwe, iende iingie kwa pool ya education, then we stop giving bursaries and we actually fund the education system so that every child can benefit, not 3 children in this constituency, 4 in another one, then 2 in another, and then the majority of that money inakulwa by the committee and by other people, friends of the MP. Hiyo kitu inafaa iende to one time. Then we actually get a competent CS, competent PS, competent people in the ministry who will ensure that everything is being done the way it's supposed to be done. Then we leave the MPs to do what we elected them to do: represent us, legislate for us, and oversight for us.
Actually, I think the problem is not actually issues to do with corruption, because when we talk of corruption, that is another animal that we need to fight from all perspectives, actually from all ministries, from all corners. So the issue here is the point of, are they doing their work? We want the MPs to get back to what they are supposed to do.
Acha kina Arnold wakifika tuongeo story. City, what is on your paper?
Well, the Standard has a headline: insurance rip-off for thousands of county workers across Kenya. Medical insurance cards are nothing more than a worthless plastic, despite billions paid in premiums. There's a list of places where monies have been paid to certain insurance entities, and the rip-off is that money has been paid, 32 billion, 76 million, 150 million, and so forth, in Kilifi, in Vihiga, in Nyamira, in Baringo, in Bungoma, in Isiolo. And yet the problem is this: the service isn't coming through in the country. That is the headline. The headline in the Nairobian, forget it, that one I'm not bothering with. The headline
The headline
in the East African, forsaken Sudan cries for help. Aid agencies are raising the alarm over the threat of hunger and cholera in war-torn Darfur, where RSF siege has left millions on the verge of death. Now this is what happens when the people who are in authority have a quest for power rather than a quest for looking after the interest of their people. All this fighting, a country that was ravaged with war for over 50 years, now they are still fighting. And at the end of the day, the Mwananchi, whom they claim to represent, is the one who keeps suffering. You know the story of competence and electing competent leaders? When these leaders are elected, many of them really are elected because they are competent. They even have shown that they can actually do stuff, so that they haven't. Devolution, the way I understand it, meant the singularity of a pot within the national government is divvied out to the county governments. NGCDF is, in my opinion, a further example of this devolution. Money that is given to women reps, as far as I'm concerned, it is money that is devolved, because we moved from that national government, that one pot, because the problems, when somebody controlled that pot, they controlled you. You couldn't move without their nod. And the governors, all the nasty habits that we claimed the national government had, very many of our counties and those who lead them have taken up those traits.
Inherited,
No, some have even created their own. And they feel they can do as they see fit. The service to the people always takes not second, it's not third, fourth, fifth place. See? So the discussion around making sure that the money goes to the ministry, the biggest budget, the biggest item in our budget in the country, when you look at the amounts and you look at the scandals that rise from the ministry, and then someone wants to tell you that the money should be taken back to that place again,
we just need to clean up that place.
Mbuvi,
Yes.
all these people who work there, the vast majority are very honest, hardworking people who actually just want to get along. But they also don't want controversy and they don't want problems. So even if they know there's something wrong, they'll keep quiet because they don't want problems. And they don't want to lose their jobs also. Okay? So the issue, let me repeat in my mind, has nothing to do with electing leaders. I mean, the leaders are actually good. They're actually they are competent. But because we allow people to get away with the things they do, even the best of them sooner rather than later get corrupted.
Yeah.
I agree.
But they don't start that way. No, they don't. But they get corrupted.
Yep.
The systems.
It's a problem.
But again, we are not going to run away from the fact that we are supposed to fight that animal, because if we say the ministry is corrupt, so we want
The
to.
ministry is not corrupt. It's the
If we say
individuals in the ministry.
we say the individuals in the ministry are corrupt, we want to take now that responsibility. We want to create another depot where we are going to deposit money to be used well. Again, the people you also find there, they also become corrupt, like you're saying. So I think the issue is, if it is corruption, we fight corruption. If it is a matter of responsibility, wacha kama ni wabunge wafanye kazi yao ya ubunge.
Sawa kabisa.
Someone is saying, let that money remain with MPs. Your MP has done a lot with it in Kitui. But that's just one MP.
No, there are many places. The MP in my constituency has done a great deal with the CDF.
Okay, those are two constituencies.
Yes. How many constituencies do we have in the country?
About 200 and something, 290, or is it 300 and whatever. The point here is, hiyo pesa si lazima ikae huko. Mimi naona hiyo pesa irudishwe mali inafaa kurudi, na ama MPs wamefanya kazi mzuri, warudishiwe hiyo, wawekwe in charge of those committees to give out the money. Salamu zikufikia City from a couple of individuals here. We have Madam, her name is Madam, then there's a spanner. So sijini mwite Madam Spanner, saying, yeah, because of City, this is my new home. Sorry. Then there's Soldier Boy. Good morning, City. Nowadays mnatupa pressure. Sasa how do we multitask watching all these morning shows? Anyhow, good morning from Atlanta. Soldier Boy, you just watch the best, which is the People's Breakfast. Hizo zingine achana nazo. Where we have Kevin Saola anasema, wow, it's so refreshing to see CT. CT umesalimiwa na Kevin Saola.
Kevin is my friend.
Ah, nice.
Yes, and I send greetings to Kevin and everybody else who has sent me salutations.
Yes.
I salutate you back.
All right.
There's no such word. But
Njuki Mungai, from the comfort of my bed, salutations, oh you great people. Thank you so much. You can find us on our social media spaces by there. That is Radio Gen KE. We're also live on X. We are live on our website, and we're also live on YouTube. That is Radio Generation Kenya on YouTube. So get on there, get to watch us. But in Nairobi, we're on 88.8 FM. That is where the action is taking place. So if you're in your car or you're planning to get into your car, that's the frequency that you'll find us in, 88.8. Right now though, it's time for us to get into the news with Winnie Maganga.
Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's national side Harambee Stars claimed a quarter-final spot at the Kasarani Stadium after a narrow victory against Zambia in the final Group A game at the African Nations Championships. Ryan Ogam scored the only goal of the game with 15 minutes to go to ensure Kenya finished top of the group, with Morocco beating DR Congo 3-1 in the simultaneous fixture. Both Kenya and Morocco progressed to the quarter-finals, leaving the Leopards stranded in the third place. Harambee Stars coach Benny McCarthy says he was happy with the results.
Zambia was stubborn today. They defended, they played really well. But at the end of the day, I think when we moved the ball the way we did, and then we create the chance for Ryan, and we score one goal, so You know, I would have liked it to be more, but at the end of the day, I'm happy with the win. We get to play our next match in the quarterfinals. We stay in Kenya, and that was the all important. So Tanzania will get their wish, and they will experience what we experience. The group of death. Now Morocco is going to Tanzania.
The government is committed to initiate development projects in marginalized areas and bring equity to the sharing of the national resources, says the Treasury CS John Mbadi. Mbadi said that the Kenya Kwanza government will traverse the country to listen to people and initiate development projects to areas that had been forgotten by previous governments. He says all Kenyans, regardless of background, pay taxes and have a right to get development. The CS was speaking in Tana River County over the weekend.
Hata mtoto wa miezi moja analipa ushuru. Na unasema watu wengine wako na shares na wengine hawana shares. Sisi zote lazima tuambie hao watu wako na fikira mbovu. Sisi zote wa Kenya, sisi tuko na shares katika hii nchi yetu. Na hiyo ndio sababu viongozi lazima watembee, waende kwa wananchi, wajue ni shida gani wananchi wako nayo.
A family in Nyandarua County was forced to carry the body of their king by hand after poor roads made transport impossible. The late James Miner's body could not be moved home for burial by vehicle, forcing relatives to use donkeys before eventually carrying him themselves. The family says they could not give their king a dignified send-off due to poor state of the road. The incident has raised concern over the plight of residents in the area who struggle with impassable roads.
Badala ya kupeleka kwa heshima na kuenda kupumzisha, tunaenda tukirukisha na hata yule mtu ambaye amekufa, familia inahangaika ikiona vile mateso ambayo anapitia.
Hatungeweza kuzika our dad with respect kwa sababu ya barabara. Imagine carrying our dad na tingatinga.
Tumemtoa huko Motare, kukifika huko jia hakuna. Tumembeba na punda. Tumefika pahali tumeshindwa, tumemweka kwa tinga. Tumefika pahali tumeshindwa na tinga, tumembeba na mkono.
The ODM party will hold county delegates election across the country on Monday, August 25th, 2025. The polls organized by the National Election Coordinating Committee will exclude Migori, Nairobi, Homa Bay and Kisumu counties. Eligible delegates listed on the party's website can vie for positions at county offices. Application fees range from 1,000 to 10,000 Kenya shillings depending on the post. Pakistani rescuers dug homes out from under massive boulders on Sunday as they searched for survivors of flash floods that killed at least 344 people, with more than 150 still missing. Torrential rains across the country since Thursday have caused flooding, rising waters and landslides that have swept away entire villages and left many residents trapped in the rubble. Most of the deaths, 317, were reported in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. Monsoon rains that are expected to intensify in the region in the days ahead. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back to Radio Generation. CT is laughing at me, but ni hali ya maisha, lazima utachekwa na watu wengine, na watu wengine watakupigia makofi, watakupenda. So CT, a very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning to you, Mbuvi, the 100 Mbuvi.
Yes, the 100. Yeah, I have an issue with my hand, but I'll have it sorted. Ongwae Shema amekusalimia, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Kwa hapa katika YouTube amesema salimia CT tena sana.
Mpe salamu zangu kabisa.
Yes. Now we are expecting some guests. That is Arnold Maliba. He is the party leader, Progress Plus Alliance. And also we are expecting to be hosting Gabriel Muthuma. He is the deputy government spokesperson. So I hope wherever they are wananisikia na wanaharakisha. The weather again is a bit tricky this particular morning. It's actually 7:08, lakini it looks like it's maybe about 6:30. It's dark outside, that is what I'm trying to say. So if you're planning to leave the house, if you've not yet left, please get some warm attire, because kule nje kunakaa vibaya tena sana. So as we wait for our guests, I was just looking at the Star newspaper that Sister yetu Patricia alikuwa anasoma. Wycliffe Muge here is on devolution, and Wycliffe Muge is saying that devolution has failed test of accountability. Yeah. Is Wycliffe your brother? Munafanana?
Okay, now let me just answer it simply instead of being complicated. Yes, Wycliffe is my brother. Wycliffe, in fact, is my younger brother.
Munafanana.
As it should be.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, now that I'm actually shocked.
And the shock is coming from which particular direction?
It's not like I don't think you have brothers, but the resemblance is uncanny. Munafanana yani kabisa. Angetolewa na, are you twins? You've said he's your younger brother, but was he born like 16 seconds after you?
That hand is beginning to affect your thinking.
Let me open page 16 and read what not CT, but Wycliffe Muga. Let me read what Wycliffe has said here before our guests step in. Hii mkono yawa. All right, so here's page 16. So this is what Wycliffe has said. Hey, Wycliffe. Oh yes. Devolution has failed test of accountability. I am to be counted among those Kenyans who believe what really matters in our country is that we should have more effective and autonomous or semi-autonomous institutions created to deal with the issue or the issues which most matter to us. Okay, and that if such institutions existed in all those various fields, then the question of who should be elected president or governor or member of parliament would not matter to us quite as much as it does now. The various fields, and he puts that in quotes, I refer to here include security, especially in having a well-paid and professional police service. He also said improving rural productivity, i.e. ensuring that farmers can earn a decent wage from their land. And then he also says universal academic opportunity, i.e. no child left behind, and universal healthcare. And of course, plus many other things. Now, you can read the entire story on page 16, but he basically opines that devolution has failed the test of accountability. And you were just telling me that before we came back on air that governors wameiba pesa mingi sana. Or rather, wana mismanage.
There's a lot of money that the county governments have received in the last 12 years.
Right.
And the truth of the matter is that a good portion of that money can't be accounted for. Ni hadithi tu. And then somebody is telling you to go and give them more money.
Yeah.
No. The legislative aspect of MPs is in our constitution. The oversight role is the constitution. The representation part is the constitution. We are a developing African country. There are things that you must look at and understand the need for. What do you think brought about this need for the CDF? We didn't have the new constitution. We didn't have the 2010 constitution. What we had then was this monolith that we keep speaking about, this government which controlled everything. This was an opportunity for money to be devolved to constituencies through the members of parliament. Devolution came, and now it did that very thing on a much, much larger scale. Again, it was now in the constitution. Okay? Anything that purports to bring services to the people is something that must be looked at positively.
Yes.
Yes.
One of our guests has arrived. But yes, Maliza, before to introduce.
Maliza. City Muga na Mbuvi. I must come with noise. Finish.
Serikali imeingia.
Serikali imeingia.
Karibu sana Gabriel Mutuma.
Asanteni sana.
Yes.
Siti, how are you, my brother?
Fine, thank you, Gabriel. It's nice to see you, man.
Nice seeing you.
You're looking well. As noisy as ever.
It has to be. We speak for government. We have to be.
Actually, one of our viewers has said that they're waiting for this great discussion. So you have found us before we now, get to what we wanted to talk about with you.
Yes.
We're just having a conversation about the Star. There's this author Wycliffe Muga who has said devolution has failed the test of accountability.
Devolution has failed the test of accountability.
Yes, and CT was actually agreeing with the author, saying that indeed there are some things that are not working, especially when it comes to accountability. And we were actually talking about governors and the positions that they're in, the amount of monies they've been given. Some things are not adding up.
Most of these people actually think they should not be held accountable. They behave as though the decisions they make are in and of themselves complete. And once they made the decision, how dare you question it?
Yeah.
Now, the moment somebody has that attitude, they don't say it, but you see it in the attitude. The way they respond to query,
yeah,
not criticism, query. The way they respond tells you this person does not like this idea that somebody is asking him, where did you take this money? Simple question.
Yes.
And he is the duty bearer. So, when that is the attitude, you'll ask, but surely just one or two. Okay, they have a council of governors where they meet. You tell me, since we created and had this council, tell me what it is beyond asking to get their money on time and to be paid. Tell me what this council has done to better the lives of the people they represent.
They actually refuse to be audited.
Let me give you an example of what I mean.
Yeah.
When it comes to healthcare, there is a level of hospital we refer to as level 6. Okay? You don't have to have a level 6 hospital in every county. Not necessary. Not really.
Okay.
We had Kenyatta National Hospital as that only level for the longest time, and it served the purpose. But our population is greater. So regionally, you need to have such hospitals. Have you heard of a discussion where the governors have sat and said, we're looking at our regions, and instead of one county setting up this hospital, we want to pool our resources so that this hospital actually becomes a proper level 6 hospital where you conduct research, where you do all these things, but regionally it is a referral hospital for this region. Have you heard such a discussion?
Of course not, and I don't think they would want to share their money, especially when...
Have you heard them coming up with a scheme where they say, folks, what we're going to do is, given that each county has a unique economic advantage, these are the business plans that we want to have intra-county trade to do ABCD. Have you heard them had such discussions?
A few governors are in talks with each other, but not as a council.
They have a council where they all meet. This is my point.
Yes.
There's always the issue with the own source revenue. When there is trade, you get revenue. When there is a lot of trade, the likelihood of raising more revenue is even higher. So I am simply saying, they meet, they talk, then they have these meetings where they have all over the county, okay, this fanfare.
Yeah.
What comes out of that fanfare that you can say shows us the direction that the governors are taking their people to? When? If somebody knows it, they should tell us, because me, I don't see it.
Maybe I'll ask Gabriel. Gabriel, were you at the Devolution conference?
In a way.
Okay.
and allow me to say that wisdom is actually oozing out of CT.
Yeah.
And when Devolution came, I mean, it was a brilliant idea. Very well thought out. A brilliant idea. CT has actually alluded to something which is quite factual. With the emergence of governors wanting to do what they want when they get the money, they feel as though they should not report to anyone. There has been that element of, the bigger than life attitude. However, for fear of appearing a little bit,
don't fear. When is serikali?
I don't know. No, we are in the national government, and the national government, and then there's the county government.
Okay.
But again, for fear of not losing it out, let's not paint all of them in one brush. The reason why I'm saying this is because we have some governors who have actually really tried. When you look at somebody like Gladys Wanga, when you look at somebody like Kangata in Moranga, you can see what they've laid down. You can see the element of accountability and responsibility. But there are counties, honestly, like CT is saying,
Yes.
we need to relook. We need to relook. I told somebody earlier on this year that even though we work for government, I don't want Kenya taxes to be misused by the national government or by the county governments. And we have to be very clear about that.
Yeah.
And when it comes to responsibility, when it comes to accountability, it must apply across board. What we seem to be doing, Buvi and CT, you'll agree with me, is that we train our sites a lot when it comes to financial impropriety, when it comes to what we call financial responsibility. We train our sites to the national government. And then we fail to really audit the county governments. And if you listen to so many people, they say, hapa kwetu, we don't even know how much you collect on source revenue. And by the way, CT, the reason why devolution was key, apart from the money coming from the national government, is also to bring about the economic sense of counties so that they can also be able to tell Kenya and the world that, listen, county XYZ, this is what we get on our own source revenue. And probably every financial year, this is the deficit that we require for the national government to come in and assist. This is what we have in terms of our planning for this county. This is what we have in terms of the kind of development that we want to pursue. But sometimes really, like City is saying, pesa ikikuja, everybody goes quiet until the next financial year.
Yeah.
So I think it is good we have this conversation. In particular, again, to what City has said, the regional economic blocks, or so they call it. I don't see the reason why the regions, in terms of counties, they should not have deep conversations. For instance, like what he said in matters healthcare and hospitals. When it comes to heavy infrastructure, like airports, I mean, you don't need a county to have an international airport. The next county has an international airport. Murang'a, they want an international airport. They need to come and say, guys, you have this infrastructure. Allow us to ride on it while we create something else
that you will also ride on.
Not have that you'll ride on. That is how we build the economies of scale. And so it is a conversation that we need to continue having. In particular, when it comes to the issue of financial responsibility. Because many people, because they talk to us, they fear, the counties are really not audited well, because when the governors who they say control, even though the conversation now we are having is that the MCAs may be able to get now their development budget, which is a good thing, because all of them were looking at the governors. And here the governors, would twist them. Most of them would be sent on a trip here and there, and when they come, they don't question the governor. In other words, the governor was all powerful.
Yeah.
So I think as we move along, it's good also to check on the balances.
Okay.
So it's a good conversation, but for devolution to continue, to be strengthened, to continue remaining as a power bloc, a high degree of responsibility, transparency is definitely expected. Failure to which devolution may be something of the past.
Something else we were also arguing about, we were talking about NGCDF. There's all this conversation, fight, whatever you want to call it, around NGCDF.
Yes.
In your opinion, should it be taken away from the MPs?
No.
Somewhere else?
No. I've always, guys, I'm a big pusher of the CDF, and the reason I tell people I came from the Vitongoji Dunis of Mathare. Movie, I can see what it's done, to be honest. But again, it goes back to who is spending it. How are they utilizing it? Do they understand the sophisticates of their locale? Yeah, it has done wonders. Look at what somebody like Ndetengero has been able to do with what. Look at somebody like, again, I can say it without fear of contradiction, somebody like Babu Owino. When you go to Pakistan, people say, "Nyewe,
imetusaidia
with what he's getting." So again, it is in whose hands are these finances in? You get. So from where I'm seated, I think it is something that needs to continue. It has really assisted the people who know the troubles and the issues facing their people. They have actually been able to utilize it to assist those that they represent.
I wish Arnold was here because he was of a different opinion. I hope he's still coming. And his opinion was, let MPs focus on their main role, which is legislation, representation, oversight, and of them being financial.
But to be honest, I've not seen an MP who claims because of NCDF they've been unable to legislate or oversight. I'm yet to see. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
It actually doesn't.
In fact, it should empower them.
That narrative is false.
Yes, it is.
Well, personally, I'm not an MP. I wouldn't say it's false, but he made some very strong points, and that's why I was saying I really hope he comes here
and we will ask him
and
that
clarifies.
Question.
Yes.
Look at it this way. I took you back to why that fund was created in the first place.
Right.
And Gabriel is right. It was the empowerment factor. Because people expect the MP to do certain things. So, you know, okay, let's go to first principle. You know, we're all villagers.
Yes, we are.
It's true.
All of us. And we think like villagers. This veneer that we have when we come to town is a veneer. But to understand our villageness is look at how we vote. Every once in a while we vote in people who actually have a track record of doing something, but by and large we vote in entertainers. Okay? People who know how to talk, people who make us happy when they speak, and people who know how to give the impression that they're going to do something good. We like those people. But the people who are actually hardcore technocrats who don't take nonsense, those people are not going, they will not get voted.
It's true.
They will not get voted.
And that's why I'm saying, by the way, CTS said we are all villagers. I really know people who the easiest person they can find is the MC or the MP. You know, they are easy. They are an easy, find. Most of the weekends when they come out of Bunge, they are in Mashinani, and they are people who interact really with the people down there. Governors saa zingine anakuwa huku juu. Senators saa zingine.
Nyingine time. Mimi sijaipata na Sakaja man.
Sakaja yuko by the way. Anatupigia sherehe mzuri Nairobi. We have to give him that.
Okay.
And again, if you understand how to utilize resources, I can guarantee you can change the lives of the people that you represent. But just like we have in many other spheres, there are people who know how to be accountable, and there are those who pesa imekuja wacha tufanya nayo mambo ile ieleweki. You will go to constituencies and people will tell you, man, we can't wait to send this guy home. But you can go to other constituencies and say, we want this one to remain. Why? Because they have seen what they are able to do with the resources that they have been, or the resources that have been assigned to them.
See, that has been the bane of the existence of the governors, in my opinion. The billions they have received, you ask the simple question. Certain things have happened that had never happened before in those regions. But is this the sum total of what you received from the time of inception? The answer is no. So where did the money go to? Even if they say that 60% of the money is used for paying people, the other 40?
Yeah.
60 we
and honestly, we used to do back in the days, it will tell you, before we occupy the space we occupy, we were very good in governance, and we really used to follow things.
Yeah.
And City, I can tell you, when it comes to counties, it's like the good, the accountable, the people who know, the people who listen, they will rise to the top. It will just happen, like, I don't want to say miraculously, but it will happen. You will be able to see those who are able to live up to the true meaning of understanding devolution. Those who are able to know that my county needs ABC, and with these resources, I am for sure inclined to make a change in this great county. Those people will rise to the top. And those that will not be, you'll play politics, but at the end of it, when you turn and look back, they'll ask, what did I do? And people who voted for you, they'll also turn back and ask, what did we do to ourselves? So I honestly believe we keep following devolution, and you will see the people who are able to run counties will surely emerge. And they have. And they have, as we are seeing it. There are so many governors you can point to right now, and you say, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Those are the people who should be fronted as possible presidential candidates, but they will not get elected.
Which people?
These people who've shown that they can run counties. They are the ones who
The
should
governors
be fronted.
now.
Yes. Let's start with Kivutha. Let's just mention names that we met. Let's start with Kivutha Kibwana. Kivutha Kibwana even made an attempt at it.
He did a good job, actually.
He did a fantastic job. What people like Kangata are doing is following in those footsteps, and they're also doing a fantastic job.
Totally.
Okay?
Totally.
And believe me, you see it.
Yes.
When somebody is a listening governor, you hardly ever hear them making pronouncements. You hardly even ever hear them talking. Hardly, literally, hardly. But those who work with them will tell you this person attends meetings, and most times they listen.
Correct.
And they take notes. When they speak, they're asking a question or seeking clarification. And that's the end of that story. What am I saying? I am saying there are people who understand what they need to do and they do it, but they are not many. The vast majority need to be kept in check so that the abilities they have can actually benefit those who elected them. If they're not kept in check, they go astray. Okay? And the problem with the sort of powers that governors have, believe me, they wake up when they realize they have not been elected. That's when they realize that something funny.
But this city, sometime back, I think it was last year.
Yes.
And we landed in Kisumu, and we were talking to a few guys. I think I was a friend of mine, and we went someplace to have a meal. And we see the way people just go to talk politics. And guys were like, this city is very clean now. And you look at it, you're like, wow. The markets. You hear they say, Prof did this market, did that market, that road. If you went to these streets, mambo ilikuwa. And that's the same thing City is saying. You will see people who are able to do things. You will be able to understand, even from a feeling around. Politics will die down. Because at the end of the day, somebody wants to be associated with progress. And so it was really, a welcome move when people who have lived to see the different sides of what Kisumu was are now telling you, by the way, we are not there, but we are heading in the right direction. It never used to be like this. But thanks to our governor today, we can point out at things that we can say for sure we are seeing the fruits of devolution. Same thing. I've been to places like Kirinyaga, and people will tell you, this governor, she has done something. Governor Anne Waiguru, she has done something. The hospital, when you look at it, when you look at the Kagio market, when you look at, some of the things that have happened in Kirinyaga, even in terms of speaking on behalf of rice farmers, things have really, really taken, to the positive turn. So yes, again, we all agree that as time go by, it's my prayer that people will understand what devolution is all about. And it's really not about enriching themselves. It's not about remaining, or ghosting.
Yes.
the population once in a while. No, it's living up to the true meaning of what you promised them. And I think that's what makes.
That is what matters, actually. Yes. Let's talk about the government now.
Harambee Stars.
Harambee Stars wamefanya kazi mzuri.
CT, I was telling somebody last week, the whole banter, how will we? You see, wins, no, let me not even call it wins. Success does not wake up, CT. Success is prepared. Yeah? Winning, becoming successful, you just don't wake up and say, you want to be successful. No. You must prepare for it. Look at the likes of Eliud Kipchoge. Look at the likes of Faith Kipyegon. Harambee Stars did not just wake up to winning. There was something that preceded the wins. 2016 City, we lost the bid for Chan. Why?
Why?
We we did not have the infrastructure ready. Yet we had the money. People went around.
Yes.
We had people paying 88 million, 90 million to plant grass. Yeah. The state. Yeah.
People were paid to plant grass.
Yes. The government of that day spent some crazy amounts of money, but we still could not, have the infrastructure ready. And Chan was taken away. When the president came, he bid for it in full realization of what he needed to do, and he set to work. Right? Remember, again, I repeat, success does not wake up. Success is prepared. What we are seeing are the fruits of credible, deliberate actions. People may say, sijui imefanya. No, we had a chance twice. Chance was taken away from us. Today, we have it. Just the other day, FIFA confirmed that the turf or the grass for Nyayo and Kasarani, now raises to the standard of world class. And we can hold a World Cup here today. And these are, I think, the realizations of when the president says Kenya tutabadilisha. This is actually what it means.
Do we know how much the grass cost? The previous one was 80 million.
No. The one, no. It was in places.
Okay.
Some of those viwanjas that were set aside. Where there was one other I saw, somebody said, it wasn't even planting grass, it was clearing the bush. Clearing bushes. Yeah. In fact, that report is there. That report is there. 88 million was spent clearing the bushes somewhere. I think it's some out of the county of Nairobi.
Okay.
And I know the attempts that were done of creating those chant stadiums. You remember how it became. Yeah, it became a huge ball of corruption. But the truth of the matter is, we did not get it then. We were time-barred, and it went. We have it this time. Credible, deliberate actions. We've been able to rise up to the occasion. We've been able to prepare a team. And today, that team, every point of success can be documented.
People are saying that the reason why we've been very successful in the last couple, in all the games actually we've played, is the motivation factor.
The motivation factor comes in, but it's a small piece of that puzzle.
Victor Wanyama, actually former international, he said that at the end of the day, it's the money that people are waiting for. Si ati hatujui ball, but akunanga psych to ingia pale because that is a ball. Then when you go back home, you don't have food, nini. But now when the boys, let me call them that, when they were promised the amounts of monies they've been promised, so far the president now owes them 210 million.
Yeah. But kila mtu ameweka 2.5 million kwa mfuko. But you see,
they have it already.
Hiyo ishaingia.
As we speak today, our players each have got 5 million.
No, the 2.5.
Yes,
hiyo nafikiri ishaingia kwa mfuko. You see, one thing obviously I trust, our boys will be very happy. That is one. But again, the motivation, the money, the monetary motivation, albeit so welcome, still, that is the inspiration. The perspiration, which is to me 90% of what you see on the field, is what matters. Look at how that federation was some years back. Look at it today. Paints two different pictures. There are people who have looked at the talent in this country and realized that indeed talent can pay. That is why it was a slogan, Talanta, Pesa. It pays. You cannot tell me the president just woke up to say, wait a minute, we have reviewed the price upwards, that any person who breaks the world record, this is the amount they get. It was revised upwards. Yeah? Faith Kipyegon just the other day made 5 million after she broke the world record. A gold medal revised upwards.
The 5 million you're talking about is from the Kenyan government.
Yes.
Not what she receives out.
No.
Okay.
This is the prize money. Yeah? That is given. Commonwealth, when you win a gold medal, it was revised upwards. So what does that tell you? There is a deliberate attempt to emphasize that talent in this country pays and should pay. So the question we should be asking is, why haven't we, or why didn't we do this?
Let me ask
many
you
years ago?
Yeah, something, Gabriel. And this is a question that I have also seen online. I just need clarification. This money, where is it coming from? Is it government money or is it coming from the president's pocket?
Yeah, no. That, you're telling me the president, would take his personal money when he talks about the government setting aside prize money. This is something that has been done over the years. This is what people are not getting. I was telling somebody again yesterday, we are having this conversation.
Yeah.
The wins, for instance, when somebody gets a gold medal.
Yes.
Harambee Stars, if we are to be honest, they've been given incentives. When they were going to AFCON, there were incentives that were given by the government. Right? All the president has done is upscale those incentives.
So this money is actually government money.
Yes, it is.
There.
It is actually there. It is part of the incentives.
We have something called a sports fund.
Yes.
All the money from gambling
goes
and
to the sports fund.
associated gambling, whether it's online, offline, nani pesa mingi.
Yes.
A certain percentage as you play or win is taken,
correct.
goes that fund. So the money is actually available. They are not taking it from the exchequer as you amend a consolidated fund. There is a sports fund. Now the sports fund, among the main things supposed, whether it's all sports, whether it's motorsports, it is supposed to enhance sports. So if encouraging people requires giving them some of the money that is collected in the sports fund, and by the way, a colossal amount of money is collected in that fund.
For sure. So anyone who's ever gambled in this country has actually paid Harambee Stars.
Into sports.
Yes.
Into sports.
Yes.
That's sports fund.
Yeah.
By the way, it's at source, direct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you've ever been to a casino, if you're always online, placing bets against this team or that team,
a percentage of that goes to sports. Yes.
Nice.
And
good stuff.
It is even indicated how much it is, and
correct.
And you're even told what it is that is being deducted. So that you don't know.
It's a good thing because at the end of the day, now we have that out of the way. A lot of people are saying, "Hey, Gava, not see Gava like in Prezo, 210 just like that."
No. You know, the one thing I like about the president is that when he says or when he promises, he actually says where that money is coming from. It's just that people don't like to listen and they play too much politics on it. Same thing when he was talking about the church, building the church at State House. He mentioned where that amount was coming from. And it was so funny that we reduced rather a good debate, we changed it into weird and bad politics. When something has existed over the years and you didn't see a problem with it, when it looked so ugly and bad, that somebody wants to change it, bring development, that people can be happy when they are going to that place of worship. And all we see is that the president is removing his own money to build something. We really chastise that in any way. So City has explained actually, and I've just told you, the incentives are there. They've always been there. What the president has done is that he realized that no, we are heading the wrong direction. We need to incentivize our men and women in sports, not football alone. I've just told you, once you get a gold medal, the incentive went so much high. We are talking millions, and one gold medal, a silver, same thing, and bronze. This is to tell you that we have just refocused, re-energized ourselves into helping Kenyans understand that talent can really be commercialized and it can pay.
Remember, when you talk about budget items, we budget for that fund also. And in 2024, I remember we increased the exchequer budget for the sports fund by something like 6.2 billion. So there is money. Let me just repeat so that you understand.
There is money.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Yeah. And I'm happy there is money. And I hope now every other sports person out there will be motivated, knowing very well that pesa itawafikia.
Of course.
Naona pia
Of
Sonko
course.
aliwa promise, I hope he pays if
There are watu wengi pia waliwa promise.
Eh.
Ni watu wengi waliwa promise.
Eh.
Watu wengi waliwa- But again, let's not lose this point. The motivation, the monetary incentive is good, and we have seen how far it can go. But CT, let's not lose the plot of not celebrating the amount of work that these young men have put, the pride that they've brought. I've told you, success does not wake up. Success is built. These young men and women in our sport fraternity, the likes of Kipiego and the likes of, they have shown us one thing, that indeed talent can pay.
It does. You see, the thing that has often bedeviled the sports in this country, now this is my opinion, is even when there are funds, everything about the expenditure and things to do with it is opaque. See?
Yes.
And you get the impression that the officials are far, far more important
Correct.
than the sportsmen and women. For instance, people talk about Kenya's rugby sevens, the men's.
Yes.
We have a women's rugby sevens that do very well.
Well, yes.
You do not hear us talking about them.
Why?
We should. They do well because out there, they're Kenyans.
Of course.
This is the point.
Of course.
It's not, this is a Kenyan team.
Yeah.
And they're spoken of that way. If the same attention that those who manage athletics, and usually they're agents and people who are not necessarily within Kenya, if that same attention to detail was utilized in managing this, we would be a serious sports powerhouse.
Correct.
In literally every sport that you can think of.
And you know, CT, by the way, I'm glad you've said that. I'm glad you've said that because he talked about sometimes the officials, they feel they are the ones who should matter. When I say credible, deliberate actions, the president actually, I remember when he was pushing the issue of Talanta, paying, becoming incentivized, becoming commercial viable. He ensured the sportsman or the sportswoman is in the middle. This is the person we are taking care of, right? Not the guys who are cheering Uko Inje. The sports person,
Yes.
is taken care of. He's in the middle. And once you put that person in the middle, everything else, whether it's athletics,
Yes.
whether it's football, whether it's rugby, whether it's volleyball, the minute players feel well and better incentivized, respected, well taken care of, I can guarantee you the talent we have in this country is major. Let us exploit as one of the ways of making money. And I can tell you, here we are going to get the Ronaldos of this world. In Kenya, we are going to get the Neymars of this world. Look at our young boys now, what they are doing. There are so many kids now. I hear they are now looking into sports as a way of life.
Yeah.
Parents are now
Actually,
starting to put in money
Yeah.
to, I want my child in the golfing fraternity. So many parents are now looking to invest, in talent for their children. And that's a good thing when you wake up and then realize, hey, wait a minute. My son must not only be probably what they think he can be a lawyer, a doctor, what have you. But also there's another avenue here that can be quite as satisfying as the other one. And in any case, he may actually end up making more money
Actually, I'm happy because I think there's one player, I'll confirm the name later. He's been picked up by a Belgian team. Yeah. Which is
I saw something like that. I've not seen. I saw something like that in passing. I've not really gone deep to confirm.
Belgium atatengeneza pesa mzuri.
No. By the way, by the end of Chan, once we get in the finals and win Chan, I can guarantee you, so many of these boys,
Yes.
will have placement in very
Major
big
leagues,
teams.
yeah.
In very, very big teams.
When you look at and you see the proliferation of West African players, it is not by chance.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's deliberate.
Yes.
There are sports academies.
Mm-hmm.
It is, they start from a very young age and the talents are recognized and they keep building them.
Yes.
They play locally and some of them, by the time they're even in their adolescence,
Yes.
they are already picked up by some of these teams.
Correct.
To now join the academy.
Yes.
For their youth teams.
Yes.
So by the time you're actually hearing of them, that person has been finely tuned.
And they all have a story, by the way, CT. When I was a soccer player back in the day.
Oh.
I really did. Oh, yes.
Nice.
We are the people who, I think, the third group in MISA, the late Bob Munro. We are among those years. Yeah. And we did. I played football. I really did. And I can tell you, when you hear about people like Eto'o, when you read about people like Didier Drogba, when you all these
people like George Weah,
the stories that they tell, you hear of academies. Yeah, probably this is the time Kenya we are waking up to soccer academies or what have you. But there are parts of this continent where football talent, and the growth of football was seen many years ago. And people learned how to build on it. Yes, we may have arrived late in the game. Not to say that we would not have done it. Yeah. It's these wrangles, where you see an entire federation. All people do is fight at the detriment of the player. Now that's why it's making sense when the president said the player will be put in the middle, and that is what will matter.
Yeah.
So nyinyi na hizi vita zenyu ndogo ndogo kama and then mpigani huko. But what matters is that player. And by the way, if that is the mindset we take into the future, Mbuvi, we have everything to celebrate, because in the next 5 years, these kids, these young boys, will be watching them on TV and saying, "You remember Chan? Yeah. Now he's playing for Man U or for Liverpool or Arsenal or Chelsea."
Gabriel, let's talk about something else that is ailing this country properly.
Please.
This story of ghost schools receiving capitations in the billions. What's not happening?
What's not happening?
What is happening?
What's not happening is that this is a problem that has been there for yonky years, and it's not to pass the buck. I can tell you, some time back, when the president wanted to know where each and every coin goes, he actually has talked about it numerously. The amount of time I've watched it, I can now count 7 times.
Yeah.
In public, the president has mentioned. It has actually been a pain that you had at some point, CT, collaboration, between teachers, members of the school boards, to its capitation. And I think you sit down and you wonder, but anyway, everything is heading into the new system. And the beauty about it is
when you say new system, just to be sure.
Yes, the new So what, in Jaguar House. Now what will happen is every person will be fed in that system, the children. Yeah, every coin, you'll know where it goes. Why was it done?
I thought we had something called NEMIS.
No. Let me tell you. Actually what we'll be discussing if we go that route, we'll be discussing NHIF.
Okay.
Something akin to NHIF. You saw how the number of hospitals that were moved out of SHA.
We'll go to SHA. Yeah.
Because of
the biometrics. Let's tumaliza education.
Many, even in education now.
Yes.
That is the direction we are heading. CT, you see, when it comes to governance, Mbuvi, and I want you to get this very clearly.
Right.
The issue is not that people will not look, because they'll always constantly try to bypass something that's working so that they can make money. It's always been the con of man. Yeah. And this is the reason why we don't promise perfection. Yeah. We promise efficiency. There are times when the new system, when it came in, same people wanted to mess it up. But now what has happened is it goes biometric. You will know that child of yours or that child who's getting this capitation is in this school, is in this class, this is what they are doing, this is what they... I even an online register. Because that has been the chip that's missing on the block.
Okay.
Now, you may ask the question, why was it not done back then? Some of these things, we are learning them as we go along. Same thing I told you about when Shah started. People regrouped very quickly, CT, and they started poking holes. How can we get? I mean, there was so much money that was getting stolen. Pilfering of high top dollars by people who just sit back and say, how can we manipulate the system? It is the same way you're talking in Shah, is the same way that was happening in education. At some point, the president was very cross, and I can tell you here without fear of contradiction, with some of the officials, asking, are you telling me? And he did it in public. We cannot say we do not know how many children we have in our schools. He said it. Not once, not twice, not three times.
Gabi,
and when he said that, when he realized there was a problem, he moved so quickly to fix it. That problem is soon going to be fixed, that every coin, every shilling,
Gabriel,
where it goes, it will be known.
There's someone at the ministry
Yes.
who probably knew that school ABCD, those schools do not exist. Has anyone been arrested in that regard? Is anyone facing any charges in any court in this country?
On that one, to be honest, I do not know. Has anyone been arrested? Is anybody facing charges? No, I don't know. I have not, unless I follow it up.
Because someone said this money should go to this school, yet that school did not exist. Someone sent money to this other school and this other school.
There are even schools, you are told, CT, that did not even exist.
Actually, Mbuvi, let's take a step back.
Yeah.
Let's take a step back.
Okay.
You have schools which exist. They are known. Within these schools, they are ghost students.
Correct.
Okay? For you to have a school in this country, it needs to be registered. There's a whole process. By the time you're put in that system to be able to receive that money, you've gone through that process.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. Let's start at the beginning. The people who register schools.
Okay.
Okay? Because you need to be registered. So you've registered the school. Somebody goes to actually inspect. You don't just get registered. So somebody went to inspect
and confirm that this is the school.
Yes, the number of classes they have, the number of teachers. Because it is school, it is facilities, it is students, it is teachers, and so forth and so forth. So for you to have a school which, in all honesty, doesn't exist, and within it students who don't exist, and within it everything else that is documented in the system which doesn't exist, how many people do you think collude to make this thing possible?
Correct.
Because we have even people on the ground, the county education officers, like nobody went and confirmed that this school that apparently we have been told has 1,000 students, tumepata wanafunzi 700.
But let me tell you, NCT, I can say again, when I'm seated with you two great gentlemen.
Yeah.
This government is using technology to assist all those issues that have been happening. And that's why I can tell you, in the next few years, these will be things that we'll be talking about as if they were in the Stone Age era. You must leverage on technology. And that is why. I can give you an example, even though we are talking about education.
Yeah.
When you hear people outside here talking about, e-citizen, pesa imepotea e-citizen. First of all, there's nothing like that. No single time has been lost out of that system. What has happened is the brokers that were chewing into the legacy system have got nowhere to put their fingers on. When you have onboarded nearly 20,000 citizen-facing services, back from 350, when you're collecting a paltry maybe 80, 70 million a day, to what now is going to Treasury Direct, which is nearly 1 billion shillings, it tells you that you've understood where the problem was and you have fixed that problem. or you're in the process of fixing that problem. Today, when you pay on e-Citizen, City, do you know that money goes directly through the KCB bank into Treasury? In that, the ministry that put in that money cannot just retrieve it anyhowly. There is a process of accountability.
Yeah, and then there's that 50 bob.
Yeah.
Or even the story of 50
convenience
bob.
fee.
Yes, I mean it's a system, you have to pay for it. Hatutaki vitu za bure. But it's not that. It's really way low. In fact, I was with the DG of e-Citizen, and we were looking at the facts, and the facts are good. And he was showing me what they collect daily. City, do you know they have a whiteboard? You can see everything that's coming in.
You know, the problem isn't the collection, Gabriel.
Yeah? No. You know, the problem, at least we've solved an issue. As somebody said, they used to lose 2 billion a day. We know where it was getting lost, and we fixed that problem.
You see,
the leveraging on technology, City, is what is going to remove us from this conundrum. Whether we are looking at it on capitation or what have you.
I do not doubt that, Gabriel.
Yeah? So at the very least, Buvi and Mr. Wise, I am glad that we are doing something to fix that malady. And we are not doing it because of politics. No, we are doing it because that is what we promised, and that is the best way to govern. When we've reached a point,
yes,
and this is why I want us, all of us to reach City, and I know we'll be happy when we get there, is when me and you know that every bit of tax or taxes that we pay is never misused. I think that to every self-respecting leader and every Kenyan of goodwill, that is what we want to see happen. Is it happening now? Yes. Are we 100% to where we can say pilferage is gone? Not yet. But as the system takes charge, as good systems are implemented, as we get people who can be accountable to the Kenyan population, to the people that we represent, the tide will change. We've always talked about fixing this nation, making it successful. And if that is going to be our mantle, my two dear brothers, we go back to what I told you. Success does not wake up.
Gabriel, we're going to take a short break, get into the news. When we do return, of course, we shall still finish up on that issue of education and what is happening and whether heads will roll, because in this country, unfortunately, people are not punished for their sins. Yeah. So we'll talk about that and much more. Hopefully Arnold amefika, ama kama hajafika tutajua kama tutampigia simu tujue amefika wapi. Meanwhile, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government has put emergency preparedness measures in place as the Kenya Meteorological Department predicted heavy rainfall and potential flooding across the country. Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku said the government is fully mobilized to respond quickly to any emergencies that may arise. Speaking during a chat service in Igembe, North Meru County on 17th of August 2025, Ruku stated that the ministry is working closely with disaster agencies, including the National Drought Management Authority, Kenya Red Cross, National Disaster Management Unit, and the National Youth Service.
The county commissioners, the deputy county commissioners na viongozi wote wale wako katika maeneo yale ambao tunajua inafrika mara kwa mara katika taifa letu la Kenya, wakuwe macho, ikifanyika wayatoe habari kwa serikali. Kama serikali tuko tayari, ili kusije kuwa na Mkenya yote ambaye atapoteza maisha yake kufuatia mafuriko na pia kupoteza moyo yake kufuatia mafuriko.
Kikuyu elders in the country have called for fair compensation for protest victims. The elders, while praising the president's move to establish a framework to compensate the protest victims, said there is a need for government to dialogue with the young people. They're also urging the youth to shun divisive politics and leaders who seek to manipulate them for their own selfish gains. Here's Nderi Karanja from the council.
Kiomba serikali iangalie sana hii mambo isirudiwe, na kama kuna vijana wetu wale ambao walikuwa wameoa, wameacha watoto, ili wasaidiwe. Hawa watoto wakue, wasikuje kulaumu serikali ati waseme baba yetu alikuwa kwa sababu ya kitu fulani, lakini wakiwasaidia hiyo mambo itasaulika na watakuwa na wataona kama kuna kitu ambayo imepotea. Upande wa hiyo vita ya maneno, tungeomba watu tu wakiongea, hata kama mtu amekosa yule mwingine, wakaribiane na waongee, hiyo kitu itakuja raini. Kwa hivyo tungeomba serikali wao wanakaa chini, kama kuna makosa iko, hiyo makosa irekebishwe na iangaliwe.
National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has reaffirmed his support for President William Ruto's 2027 re-election bid. Wetangula told Rift Valley residents that backing the head of state is not a debate but a responsibility. Speaking during a chat service in Kapsabet on Sunday, August 17th, 2025, Wetangula likened supporting the president in the region to preaching to the converted.
Lazima tuungane, tupendane, tutembee pamoja, ndio Wakenya wengine waone faida ya kufanya kazi na sisi. Kweli Rongo, tukishikana vizuri, tuungane, tufanye kazi na wenzetu. William Ruto akimaliza tamu yake ya pili, sisi tuko hapo. Na katika uongozi, ukitaka kuongoza, lazima wewe pia ukubali kuongozwa. Tusaidiane na wengine, ili tukitaka wao pia watusaidie.
The World Health Organization says over 600 million people in Africa remain in need of treatment for neglected tropical diseases despite major progress in reducing their spread. WHO says Africa carries 39% of the global burden of neglected tropical diseases, warning that urgent action and stronger collaboration are needed to meet the 2030 elimination goals. In 2020, all WHO member states endorsed the roadmap for neglected tropical diseases 2021-2030, which set a global target of freeing 100 countries from at least one NTD by 2030. With less than 5 years remaining, 57 countries have successfully eliminated at least one disease, including Burundi and Senegal. Arsenal sneaked away with 1-0 result over Manchester United at Old Trafford, courtesy of Altay Bayondor's error in the first half. After running close to the title the last few seasons, the Gunners get their campaign off the right foot. Meanwhile, Chelsea suffered a Club World Cup hangover as they were lucky to escape a 0-0 draw against Crystal Palace to open their Premier League campaign on Sunday. Palace were denied an early opener when Eberechi's Aze's free kick was ruled out by a VAR review for Mark Guehi, obstructing the Chelsea wall. New Chelsea signing Esteval came closest to snatching a winner, but the newly crowned world champions were blunt in the attack after well-organized Palace defense. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back to Radio Generation. My name is Mangala Mbuvi. It is now 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. In studio is CT Muga, and of course we do have a deputy government spokesperson, that is Gabriel Muthuma. Gabriel, once again, welcome to the station and welcome to the show. A few questions here on what is this called? On YouTube. There's Mr. Marion. Oh, it's a miss, I hope. Marion Mbogwa. And this is what Marion is asking. Does the incentive kitty, that is now in terms of sports, does the incentive kitty spread across the different sports? That's rugby, swimming, volleyball, cricket, etc. Ama it's just for a few of those ones. And then she goes on to ask, who determines the amount to be given as incentives? Is it the executive or parliament or what? Like, is there a specific law that says footballers will receive 5M, like now the way they're receiving it?
No. I really like the last time I was there, and we were talking about the funding of gold medals, the people who break the record. I think it's somewhat agreed, and the one for football, I also would think it's, the president has a purview of giving that incentive.
Okay.
So I really don't think it's something that needs to go somewhere, and I doubt it needs to go that direction. But the way it has been scaled upwards, it's not only in football but in athletics, in volleyball, whether you look at it, it's in rugby. The way they've done it this time round, and just by listening to or hearing from players, they really like the new incentive, and that's why people are asking, hey, by the way, hii kitu ilikuwa wapi before? Key or something worth to note is that the incentives have always been there. Way back when, they've always been there. Only that this time the president realized or pushed that the person in the center is a sports person, whether it's a sportsman or a sportswoman. Those are the person in the middle. So all of us, we bring our energies together to promote that particular person. That is what has changed the landscape. Before that question came, we were talking about the two systems.
Yes, we're talking about
NEMIS and CHEMIS.
Yes.
And the reason why CHEMIS came in, going by what the CS was talking about and the people within the education circles, was they needed the data. They needed to refine the data to have accurate data that NEMIS was unable to do. I don't want to use the name unable to do. CT would know. But really, we needed to get serious about funding, because when you don't have accurate data, you will definitely have occasion delays when it comes to competition, because you don't know which data to follow. And so CHEMIS now brings in this way of handling the factual data. We operating on factual data. We were talking about over the past several years, 64 billion, of competition that was not disbursed. That because of various things, data not being correct, or people meddling around with the system. But now with this new one, we hope it will sort out this mess, and that's why it's geared to bringing factuality within the realm of education. I mean, education is what receives our highest budget, so we need to be very serious even with the system that we deploy, and I think CHEMIS coming in will be able to sort out that.
We've seen TSC is going to employ about 76,000 teachers, 24,000 interns, so that's like we're looking at like at 100k, and that's a good thing.
It's not only even employment of teachers. I mean, we, just like the issue of the passport city when we were talking with you in studio, and several months later I was proven right I don't want to say as always, but you see, education is the way I look at it, is an entire ecosystem that has to be right, You know, when we are talking about bringing in teachers, we have to talk about the classrooms. That's why the president is really burning the midnight oil to ensure that these they go hand in hand. Yes, we talked about free education. We talked about 100% transition. We want everybody to be educated, or we educate as much students and pupils as possible. Then, as we are talking about the teachers and the burgeoning the population who are now checking into our class and into our schools, we also need to build the infrastructure as well. And it's not easy, but I am glad and I am happy that we are succeeding in doing it.
You know, Gabriel, where the problem arises is this, when a statement is made, it tends to be a general statement.
Correct.
That statement is devoid of timelines. It is devoid of start, made to finish. It's devoid of that.
Yeah.
What then happens is the citizenry fill in the blanks themselves.
Yeah.
The things that the government does, there is nothing, there is no project that will take a day. There is no project that will take a week, even a month, even a year.
Yes.
What prevents the government, and since you are a spokesperson, what prevents your office from telling people, look, this is what we want to do, and this is the journey? What prevents? I don't expect the president to tell us the journey. He'll make the statement. Why is it that your office doesn't come and give this and said, this is what was said?
City, I'm here.
Yes.
Give me my flowers. I'm here at least. I'm telling you, we are discussing about the journey. I'm here to explain to you about the journey.
I am aware.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm mentioning this is because in the absence of the government coming to actually state it, we will fill in the blanks.
100%.
We will create our own narrative, and that narrative will become dominant, and then you will have a problem as a government, because you will speak and we will not believe you, because we've created our own narrative.
100%. You know, the old adage, which is very true, CT, I really disagree with you. They say in the absence of coming in front of the microphone, people believe the next person who picks it. So in the absence of correct and true data, people are bound to believe what they hear out there, and you cannot downplay the level of disinformation and misinformation happening in our sphere today. So we are always put on check, to come and give out these facts. You know, CT, it's very funny that you said it, because a few weeks ago, I was listening to this deranged individual talking about, and I'm not using that word cautiously, talking about how roads in certain parts of Kenya have stopped. And then I realized, wait a minute, when my president came into office, what met him was 175 billion shillings of unpaid bills on roads. 175 billion. 580 roads were undone, meaning contractors had left the site. This is when he came into office. That's what hit him. Contractors have left. This person knew this information. He sat in all cabinet meetings. He knew what the problem was. Today, CT, all the contractors are back. The president got 65 billion and spread it on those contractors to come back to site, promising by the end of September, October, around there, 80% of those pending bills will be paid. Today, contractors are back. The local economies that these roads were opening to, because I don't know whether you know Mbuvi, we did a tour of Mombasa, looking at the Mombasa
highway,
Malindi, Mombasa, all the way to, and when roads are being built, they create small economies within their regions. They're
actually not small.
Actually, they are not. We call them small because, there are many. But really, if you look at it, the people working, they'll sleep somewhere, they'll eat somewhere, they will go somewhere to entertain themselves.
They will actually spend the money.
They will spend the money. So this domino effect had gone missing. Today, all contractors are back on site with new scheduling. Yes, following the old one and saying, how can we speed up this process? That is the conversation we are having. Yet somebody can take themselves, go to a foreign land, and rabble-rouse people that roads are not getting done. And in one particular region, I counted so many roads in our region. Matter of fact, we are now talking about the dwelling of I don't know which part of Nairobi you live, of Kiambu Road into Rironi, those sides. That has been an eyesore. The traffic jam that comes out of that place, finally, the people of Kiambu are waking to this realization.
In fact, why don't you mention something that has actually been done?
Yeah.
The dual carriage in Mombasa, Malindi.
Yes.
See, I'm talking about something I didn't know. I honestly didn't know about it. But then I saw it. And I asked. And I was told the part from Kilifi has reached Kikambala.
Yes. Yes.
So now this other one from Mombasa is moving to meet it. Now, Gabriel, this has been a subject of discussion for the time I first met you.
Yes.
What is it that prevents your office? You know, I'm not talking about government. You are the spokesperson.
Yes.
From actually having scheduled meetings or scheduled reviews where you tell the public the things that are being done. The example I have is Mutahi Kagwe's COVID messages.
Yes. Actually, when this office was first created, during Dr. Alfred Mutua's time, he used to do some kind of weekly
pressers.
Pressers where I think it was like on a Thursday where he'd come and tell us.
He used to. You know, things have changed, and drastically so. You see, back then, the advent of social media, the internet had not really penetrated. Today, we've had to do our best to take all the spaces. The mainstream, social media, the user-generated content. Somebody passes information which you think is true, you have to come and counter it. I've just told you that a few weeks ago we came from showcasing that road, that Malindi, all the way to Kampala. We went, and again, moved from that side, went to the Diani side, all the way to Kilifi, towards the border, showcasing, But City, you have a point. We need to continue regurgitating these good stories, because the more we stop, the disinformation, the malinformation, the misinformation doesn't stop. It continues. So we must, and we are doing our best. We are trying to work hard to be at the point. We are doing our possible best, City.
You have probably started.
We've only started.
You're not doing your best is this, huh?
We will correct, City. I take what you say very.
The narrative that has held sway and still does is that this government has done nothing, which cannot possibly be true.
True.
But it is the narrative.
Yeah.
And then they get granular. Shah is not working. And you have someone, actually, you need to be clear.
Yes.
Which part of it is not working. Because there are three.
Yes.
And what exactly had that person who you say, because somebody must have gone and they were told, what treatment had they gone for? Where had they gone to?
Yes.
Which level of hospital had they gone to? What happened? And you find there are things that could have been done. When you start something new, whether you like it or not, you're piloting.
Of course.
You're gathering data. You have this idea, but you're trying to see how best it can work. Maybe you're anchoring it on something that you had done earlier, like the universal health pilots that were in 4 counties. But again, the dominant narrative is not from the people who are actually actioning this and putting it into play. It is not.
Yes.
The dominant narrative are from people who are saying continuously
Correct.
that this thing isn't working. And most people will not question, they will believe.
Yes.
That's narrative one. Then there is a narrative of individuals who clearly do not like the president. Not the presidency, the president.
Yes.
And their beef is with the president.
Correct.
And the beef equals this president has done again nothing.
Yes.
Okay? And anything he does, even if it is pointed out, something negative will be found to explain that. For instance, our boys are winning.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Somebody will find the most negative thing to say about the win. And you say, but surely we've seen them playing. Oh, they're not playing very well. So then clearly you don't understand soccer. There have been games where the dominant team loses in the last minute. And they have outplayed the other team completely throughout.
I know.
It is soccer.
Yes.
What I'm trying to say, Gabriel, is this.
City, you're right, by the way.
To have an honest conversation about some of these things, there is the need to even say that this is what we said we would do and we haven't done it. We are hoping to start it on this date and to do it this way. Hoping. Why am I saying this? There are things which may seem difficult to say, and people will kick a proper ruckus when you say it. But it's a reference point because it won't change because it's the truth.
Right.
But when you say things that you cannot then support going forward because you know in reality, case in point, when this government came in, we were told endlessly how they found no money.
Yeah.
You know, when you tell a villager that you have no money, you know, we take it literally.
Yes.
Literally.
Yes.
It is not true of government because government collects money on a daily basis.
Correct.
What this government inherited was a situation where the debts alone and the repayment guaranteed they were going to have a very small margin within which to function.
Correct.
Did they explain this? No.
No, I think we did. We did. No,
wait.
Yeah.
How did you explain it?
No. Don't take the words. Don't take the narrative of the other guy who used to speak much.
How did you? How did you explain it?
You know, there's some guy who messed up that narrative totally.
Oh my goodness!
No, it's true. There's a guy who messed it up totally. What
This is what makes me afraid of working for Gava.
No. The truth of the matter was, it's not afraid of working for government. The truth of the matter was, we indeed found a very gory, we were actually in a very gory monetary space, and several things had to happen, and nights were there when people would sit down and really crack their heads on what to do and how to proceed. Matter of fact, some within those circles believed we were heading the way some of our neighbors went. We were going to default. But the president could not hear none of that. That is why he brought together a team of brilliant minds to look at the solutions that needed to be gotten out of the situation that we were in. And guess what, movie? Guess what, CT? We are here today because hard decisions were made. It's not easy, CT, when you collect 100 shillings and out of that 100, 70, before you even ask for a bottle of water, 70 is going for debt repayment. It wasn't easy. You have teachers waiting to be paid. You have doctors waiting to be paid. You have infrastructure that you have to complete. You have salaries that need to be paid. You are talking about feeding the country. People are wearing sufurias on their head shouting unga. You have children out there saying they can't travel because passports are not being generated. Some are looking for IDs. And at the same time, you are being told by your debtors they need their money. The Eurobond was maturing. Many other debts were maturing around that period. We are here today short of a miracle because of a strengthened belief system of what the president was able to intervene and do. Key among the things we talked about, I hope all of you saw what Galana Kulalo is doing now. Yet it's a project many people had said would never work. It was tried before. Look at what he's doing today. The president has not applied magic. No. It's not sorcery, no. It is deliberate actions. It is perseverance. It's a push knowing that this can be done. Look at Shah. Another good case. CT, you're right. There was a lot of disinformation when it started. Even some people who are supporting this government were like, will this. 24 million people have already registered.
You know, that narrative of Shah hasn't gone away, by the way.
Exactly. A true testament of perseverance.
But
all right,
Gabriel,
move
registration
over
doesn't
there.
necessarily mean that people believe
it's
in
not
the
about
system.
it's where you
when you register you pay.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't necessarily mean that maybe I register because Radio Generation told me they won't employ me without.
No, that's not it. That
doesn't necessarily mean that I was for it.
That's
yes.
That's not it. Today, by the way, CT, if you look at our NSSF, our savings, in 1 year, we've saved more than we've saved since independence. It was a culture that we had accepted that we did not know how to save. NHIF just being a case study, and the president kept talking about it. It is something actually, CT, I read somewhere, I read a paper of 2011. An economist, I can't remember who, had talked about the. I hope I can get that.
What was he talking about?
He was talking about how unbalanced our contributions were. 2011. The president was among the people who are pushing the now narrative that people have come to accept, and now people are saying, "Hey, by the way." It wasn't commensurate. It is no way. CT being in the University of Nairobi and me selling oranges, we are paying the same. We are making same contributions to our healthcare system. It can never be. And then we expect there to be provisions of what you call extensionalism, that we will continue having a good system when we are contributing nothing, when this system is only taking care of 7 million people rather than the entire population. And when we sit down here, CT, I still have people outside there saying we should roll back and go to NHIF.
Yes, do you know why they're saying?
And I'm wondering, it's not that they don't have information, really. It's wanting to swim with what they feel somebody should come. You know, there's this behavior.
Gabriel, there are those who actually don't have the information, and the information they have is what you're saying. You see, when something is stated once, that's all that has happened. There is a process by which the brain actually listens, absorbs, and then retains
That is true.
Information.
That's true.
You see, again, let me go back to the dominant narrative. There is a very ugly side of government that unfortunately muddies the waters completely. It is called the primitive and vulgar consumption culture, where it is manifested by a display of wealth.
Yes.
When a country is in the doldrums, as we were in,
yes,
and the news is that new vehicles were bought.
Yes.
Nobody asks if they were needed, but they were bought, and there were many, and they are high end.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to believe I'm a villager. Remember, that's what I started doing. I'm a villager.
Yeah.
That there is no money.
Yes.
Because if there is no money,
yeah,
then how are these things happening?
No, it's true though.
No, that was very. In fact, CT, if you may if you may had my conversation some years back, was we needed first of all to treat what was committed back then. That was committed, yeah, in the budget, as in committed. And when the president said we will not purchase new motor vehicles, that was something that was meant, and he meant it, and it never happened. But you have to look at the commitment that was done prior they came in, and so you have to fulfill that commitment. And the questions I used to have back then were answered. in a way, there are times, City, again, I agree with you, when the meagerness of the understanding and the knowledge that you have, no pun intended, of you not knowing, because you for sure do not know that particular environment, and you see a new car going in and say, but see, but you did not know when that commitment was done or made. However, when it comes too late, you are told, hey, by the way, do you know that company employs 98% of the people working there are Kenyans? Would you cancel such a commitment? Would you be able to pay all the fines? You know, gari labda imeshatengenezwa. It was committed by another administration, and as we know, governments exist in perpetuity. City, what to do? Do you cancel and say, you people mtapoteza magari? Probably they had ordered 50 vehicles, which is going to push people in their salaries and what have you, maintenance and what have you, is also part of that bargain. So there are things that I think City we came into contact with, the new knowledge that we came into contact with, and we said, okay, yes, even though we are going to say this year, financial year, we are not going to buy anything, we shall honor those that are committed. Same thing, Gabriel, we are honoring the debt.
Gabriel, new cars, even if you bought 100, if you bought 200, it's pittance.
Yes.
What it costs against the larger picture of the revenue of the country.
Yes.
What I'm referring to here are the optics.
Yes.
That's the battle that was lost.
Yes.
The optics.
Yes.
And those who took that, saw the optics, took it and made it into a narrative. Now, when I'm looking at my situation through the lenses of my suffering and my poverty, I am going to look for somebody to blame.
Yes. It's indeed.
And the target is not difficult, because the person who is in charge, in my opinion, is the person whom I am going to blame. Now, the point I've been trying to make all along is that when you are in a situation such as ours, okay, in this country, and that we have the reality that we have, it becomes imperative for the dominant narrative to be not of the people you refer to as the naysayers, but of yours.
Yes.
So that even as you're arguing against a narrative, but that narrative gained dominance, and it's what most people believe. To date, people tell you SHA is not working. So you ask, okay, it's not, SHA can't not work.
Yes.
Because the SHA is the authority.
Yes.
Under the authority,
yes,
you have these schemes.
Correct.
So which scheme are you referring to?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
That there are three schemes has to be spoken of over and over and over again. For the longest time, it's a discussion that I've heard.
And CT, I'm realizing this conversation 2 days ago, somebody, a family member of the person now telling the story, a family member was telling me, people have become very bad liars. I wonder why. He said, my brother the other day was saying how this government, that healthcare system is bogus and is not working. And so he went ahead to ask him, so did you ever register? Why would you beat a system? I didn't even register. Only for him to realize that they went somewhere and the guy was talking about, I said, hey, by the way, it sorted me something. And then the brother was like, I thought you said you never registered. Only to realize that it's a conversation that he was carrying with other people. He is a registered
member.
And he has benefited from it.
And trying to rabble-rouse a conversation of how things are not working. So you find there's also the element of deceit.
Yeah.
Which I've never said. I do not know why we do this. Even though when you say something which you know is you're benefiting out of to really chastise or make government look bad, I don't know on what realm you're operating. I don't know whether it's the hate for government or hate for the leader.
It's a combination of the hate for that particular government, because they're always competitors in any political race. And then there are those who actually the focus, their target is the president. So there is nothing that man will do right in their eyes.
Yeah.
I tend to agree.
There is nothing. It does not
you know,
matter.
City back in the day, how people won elections, I thought by now would have outgrown that pettiness. Was I give you, like they say, I give you your flowers. I give you not praise when I must or need to, but I give your due. I give you your due.
Yeah.
City, if you've done something good, I should not shy away from saying, by the way, you may not have had it, but on this one and this one and this one, you've gotten it. How our politics have changed, and brings back to what Moi, the late President Moi, used to tell us, maisha siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. It's now actually we are living in those times.
Yeah.
Because now I've seen a place where we get movie where even though you can tell that somebody from Okuru now has a place, a comfortable place, a house that they can own, you're still using that as politics to look at the nitty-gritties of that particular system that's not working. And based on that small thing, that's why I'm calling it the pettiness of things, you disregard everything that person has done. I thought our politics by now should have improved, because that's how many people used to use politics. You point out to what is not working and you say this is the person to blame for it.
It has improved. Our politics actually has improved.
You think so?
I know so. What you're discussing is not something that has only happened to this president. It's something we do to all our presidents. Kibaki, who is praised for many things, when he halted new developments and said we need to consolidate and we need to organize, and in that time he organized the tax system and what have you, God alone knows how many toes he stepped on.
True.
He wasn't that popular even with some of the people who had supported him.
It's true. I agree.
And his position was actually under threat, not from the people who opposed him,
yes,
but from the people who had actually supported him.
Correct.
Because they expected certain things to happen in a certain way, and Kibaki wasn't going to do what they expected.
And I think that's where we are today. That's where we are today, because if you look at some of the battles that we've had, I had people who never thought they would see coffee prices getting to where they are. In the history of that business, from 50 shillings, we've come to nearly 155 shillings. Same thing with tea, same thing with milk. But you have people who will never accept and say the president has done a good job. And probably that's not what he expects.
Yeah.
All he said is, I will change, But I feel, City, we've gotten to a point as a country where we should count our successes. And there are many. Where we've not been able to do better, we continue to improve. Because I believe, as a country, the president does not owe us perfection. I honestly do. What he owes us is something.
Yes,
there's a purpose.
There's a Sarah here who's saying, good morning, Buvi. Please ask him, that's now you, why he is referencing the previous government as if the president wasn't deputy president then.
Yeah, now
some of the things you've mentioned here.
No. That's one thing I've come to accept. And the strength of what a president is. When you hear somebody saying the buck stops with the president, that's the reality of things. The person who holds the pen of the presidency is one, and he will direct it the way he wants it to go. That is just the truth. Those are the facts. And I can guarantee you, CT, as long as we live and our governance continue to be the way it is, that truth will remain undeniable for the longest.
But he
you
was
can be
in cabinet
you can be
for a very long time.
It doesn't matter.
He was there, and as DP,
it doesn't matter. I told you, the pen of the president signs the way. He says, "Is this direction?" That's the direction he will go. He can consult, but necessarily doesn't mean he will do what you want.
He has the last word.
Yeah,
the back. So I understand what Sarah is saying. Very little. You can consult. You can consult with the deputy president. You can consult with your cabinet. Matter of fact,
right?
You can consult with your advisors. But at the end of the day, you will do what you want to do.
There's this narrative that he doesn't take advice, even from advisors.
That is not true. That is not true, because if you look at some of the areas that we've been able to bring ourselves out of, like the middlemen when it came to petroleum and petroleum products, the G2G, there's great advice that came from his economic council and so many others. And this is not something I'm saying. He has said it himself. So this, again, it's a very weak-weaved narrative that he does not take advice. If there's somebody who takes advice, then it's my president. This one is not being told. This one I have seen.
Gabriel, you know, when you are in the sort of economic turbulences that we have, we're essentially at war.
Of course.
There is a government that existed in the previous century who are best known for the atrocities they committed, the Nazi government under Hitler.
Yes.
But there's something they understood, that to win a war you need propaganda.
Yes.
Goebbels.
So he had a ministry.
A ministry of propaganda.
Yes.
Joseph Goebbels, his name.
Everyone knows about it.
Yes.
That's your ministry.
We don't manufacture propaganda. That's the problem.
No. Propaganda should not sound as though it's a negative thing.
Yeah.
Developed countries that are progressive actually teach it as a subject so that you actually study it. Why am I saying this? If you do not win that war, whatever you do will be reduced to zero.
Correct.
It will be known as nothing that has been done, and it will be attributed to somebody else. And it is you who has done it. The need to control the narrative. I'm repeating this.
Yes.
Because you see, like right now, the dominant narrative for a long time has been that of the Gen Zs and what they can do.
Yes.
And how they will change things.
Yes.
They could. But there's nothing that I've seen about the Gen Zs that convinces me that they will be the agents of change that people are looking for, because they actually haven't been tested.
Correct.
The test is coming in 2027.
Yes.
The test came, but we didn't see the test.
Yes.
Of the 8 million people who did not vote in the last election, the majority were these young people.
Yes.
Okay? So we have seen their willingness not to vote.
Yes.
I have not seen their willingness to vote.
Yes.
And it is not only that I've not seen their willingness to have IDs, to register, to be in a position where they can bring about change. I haven't seen it.
Right.
And even when they do that, I'm still not convinced that they're going to be voting for the change people are expecting.
No.
They are Kenyans, and the likelihood of them being like other Kenyans is what seems in my mind to be preeminent.
Right.
I may be proved wrong, but again, I'm yet to see.
Correct.
Now, why am I saying this? When there are wins, the only thing that kills propaganda is evidenced progress.
Correct.
So that people say what they like, but you point and say, yes, that is what has been said, but there is this. Why don't you come and see it for yourselves?
You know, I had some former legislator, a lady from one of Nanyuki, those areas. Yesterday, she was talking about the affordable housing. And she was saying, how come there's nobody from this region who's supplying the hardware? And I looked at, and just by listening to that whole debacle, I was left wondering, is it politics at play, or is it that people have chosen to remain ignorant? Because if you look at the number of people who are talking about affordable housing, people who are not in government, people who said they were able to use their skill to make millions out of this great initiative by the president. Yet, you have somebody questioning it. You ask yourself, City, what or which truth, and let me use it very singularly, which truth are they waiting to hear? Because from Homa Bay to Mackenzie, to Ruiru housing, to the ones that were in Mukuru, I have met young Juakali men and women who are telling me the jobs that they supplied. Some in welding. They were given an entire project to supply chuma and chomele and
fabricate the
and
windows.
the amount of money they've made. Serious money. Nothing is coming out of Sijui here in Nairobi, and somebody has made it appear. And she went ahead to say it, that this is an enterprise of somebody and his cronies.
And that's how we now boil down to what City had said. How comes
yet
your office is not coming out to
No,
say
no, no.
these
We've
things?
regurgitated that truth. The ministry has talked about it. The PES housing has talked about it. The young men and women in Juakali, they still talk about it today. Matter of fact, they asked the president, sasa rais tukimaliza hii mpango ingine iko wapi? Because after this we want to go somewhere else. So I think where I'm agreeing with you, CT, is that the war on propaganda, exercised carefully, will indeed throw many people out of balance. Because here you'll start questioning the reality. Even though you are somebody who is probably well educated, and you can get these facts. Some can even get all they want to know by one phone call. Just calling one person, they can get all that information. But that's not what they want. They want to use that as political mileage. And that's why I'm saying, CT, I thought we had graduated from politics, because our yesteryear politics were.
But why did you think
I point out at something that's not working, disregarding what is working, and then I look at it and tell you, you know what, the president is to blame for it. That's what I thought our politics were back then.
But what led
and
you,
they've been graduated.
Gabriel, what made you think that way? What made you think we had graduated? We are the same people. When have we stopped being Kenyans?
Because your office was created for this very purpose. Sababu Paul Mungala Mbuvi, as a politician, of course I'll want to shine. And I'll come and say, you see, this thing that is happening over here, people wanna kula pesa yenu.
No, let me tell you something, guys. This one, I think CT may actually be the person. I know you probably had lived this. You may have seen it actually. Mbuvi, there was a time these two great leaders were on a campaign trail. And these two great leaders I'm talking about was Senator John McCain, the late, the Maverick, and the then Senator Barack Obama. And in one of the town hall meetings, Senator McCain was having an amazing town hall. And at that time they are neck to neck. Campaigns are heated up. This woman, and it's in the YouTubes, I think, one of these fine days you can look for it. And this woman stands up and says something very demeaning about Barack Obama. Him being a Muslim, that name. You remember? John McCain.
Is that right?
Reaches to the microphone and told that woman, because I remember vividly, said, listen, myself and Barack Obama, we just have political differences, but he is a very decent man. He's not what you said he is. This is somebody who you are in hot contestant with, but he stands to prove a point to one of his constituents by saying, that man, I do not know him that way. I've known him. He's not what you've said he is. Our differences our politics, but we love this country dearly. That is the politics of maturity. NCT, that is what I thought would have graduated to.
Why?
But wait a minute. Albeit the fact that I may not see eye to eye with the president, this housing project is changing lives. This housing project is actually going to be something that the future generation of this country will be grateful for. It is an answer, it is a call to a problem that we may face if we don't rectify it now.
Okay.
You know,
Our universal health care is a step in the right direction, albeit the fact that he may not like the president.
You know, Gabriel,
Yeah.
the question that you told me some artisans asked
Yeah.
is pertinent. After this, what? The after this, what has always existed.
Yes.
People live in estates and they don't understand that those estates were built because there was a plan to build them.
Correct.
When you hear of Onyonka,
Yes.
when you hear of Ayany,
Kariako.
there was a plan.
Yes.
The government had a parastatal that dealt with those things. There was a plan. And it worked. And it looked at the needs and it worked. That's why you had Kanjo houses.
Yes. Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Parastatals also owned houses. All these things were a reality until structural adjustment came into being. And it messed this thing up completely. Because we were advised
Yes.
by these Bretton Woods institutions to sell off those things. Some really hackneyed thinking that somehow that would help solve the problems. It did not.
Wow.
Parastatal postcard houses keep these parastatals, all those were
Actually,
assets.
yes. I usually people tell me Kenya Railways had houses,
and they're still there.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Kenya Railway,
Kenya Power and Lightning.
yes.
Even
yes.
KBC had staff houses.
Everybody, they were sold. It opened a Pandora's box that we have not recovered from since.
Wow.
Because we had the green light to sell. They were allocated, people sold.
So even the universities, the houses they had lecture quarters and things like those.
Everybody had houses, and for a very good reason. All right? But because National Housing built houses in areas where there were large populations, they also built upscale houses. I remember for the council employees, senior council officers could own a house because it would be built and you'd be given first options. So when you talk about the policy, this housing that we're talking about, affordable housing, I have to ask the question that those artisans asked has to be asked. What is the policy and how are we going to move forward with this idea? Because you've built those, sawa, you're building them, we've understood.
Yes.
But there has to be a policy for a continuation of the same, and who is going to oversight it.
Correct.
That is one. We were talking in an earlier hour about the governors and my views of them, and I explained what I thought. This isn't something that is new, and neither am I inventing it. The idea is born out of what I saw with the East African community when it worked.
Yeah.
Ports and harbors, as it was called, East African Railways and Harbors, was in Mombasa. East African Airways had a headquarters elsewhere. Posta had a headquarters in Kampala.
Yes.
East Africa universities had a headquarters in Dar es Salaam. Yes, they were regional. So Nairobi University, the Royal Technical College it was called, was part of the University of East Africa. That regional development and that regional cohesion that we now see the European Union fostering, we got there before them. Long before them.
Yeah, the East African community.
We got there even our currency was unitary. The shilling, you just carried the Kenyan shilling to Uganda and spent it. You carried the Kenyan shilling to Tanzania and spent it, and vice versa. As a child, I could see these coins. Somebody who had gone abroad. There was no issue. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that there's a certain clarity that has to exist with these plans, so that one knows that beyond this, the bigger plan is this. And this is what we've started with. And from here, this is where we are going to go to. so that one can see the roadmap. And when your office, the Department of Propaganda, when you guys come in to explain, you will be saying, the master plan is this. We are now here.
Yes.
And we are planning to move here and here and here.
Yes.
And it is documented. And social media will talk about it. So when someone comes and says what they say, you ask them, Chief, let me refer you to something that might help you. And you make the reference. But so long as some of those things have a gap, the government will continue being hit.
Yes.
Because the dominant narrative is that this government does nothing.
Nothing. Correct. And you know, going by just some of the conversations that we've been having now, we've moved from the I think, CT, to be honest, we've moved from the narrative of is doing nothing to explaining what this is. You know, for instance, you know, you now can't hide housing. It's no longer the case of we are in the process. We want. You now can't hide SHA. You cannot hide the mere fact that we've gotten it right on food production. You cannot hide the fact of we are back with onto fixing and building our roads. You cannot hide back to some of the interventions that have been done. I mean, look at Harambee Stars where they are. You know, somebody will talk about the incentives of money. But again, I started by telling you, success does not wake up. Success is built. This is the work of success. Because somebody rose to say, we are going to bid for Chan and by all means necessary, our infrastructure is going to be ready. That to me is success, and you can't hide it. So all things that you're saying, it's a domino
you know, Gabriel,
of somebody curating attributes of development, and now we are starting to see the results.
You know, you're going to say,
which,
Gabriel, that you are here prosecuting that issue, and I would agree with you. You are. I don't like apportioning blame because I do not see what it achieves.
Yes.
But the truth is this. Many Kenyans are in pain.
Yes.
Many do not know where their next meal is going to come from. Many are not sure their children are going to go to school. These are really basic problems.
True.
And all these projects that we speak of are wonderful, but they must work in tandem with these basic things.
Yes.
You don't stop one to do the other.
Yes.
You find a way of making it work.
Correct.
Making education work.
Yes.
Making the healthcare work. These things may be devolved, but the national government still has a huge say on how it is that these things get
in
done.
fact, City, we are talking about, we are more or less saying the same thing, because if you look at the roadmap of where we started with food being the key conversation in every household, as we sit here today, food items have really gone down. Yeah. And again, this is not something that just happened. You know, there are interventions that led to that. Fuel prices, you can't compare where they were.
I can compare, Gabriel.
No.
Wait.
Buvi.
Where una fueling you happy?
I was also fueling back in the day as I am today. And I can tell you the difference is major and huge. And yeah, I'm not even talking about the issues that happen or that I'm not talking about the politics of outside our region where our oil prices are affected, and some of the logistics no,
we have 30 seconds, by the way.
But apples to apples, we are way much better than where we are, than where we were. That's the truth, CT.
If people believe they are not better, you can say all you like.
It is a belief, but it's not true. Same way, somebody will tell me, nyinyi siku hizi chakula bei yake, that's talk. But when you look at what unga was and what unga is today, the difference is huge,
Gabriel,
and we have to agree to some of these things. Yes, albeit the fact that there's a lot of misinformation and propaganda.
Yeah.
The truth will always remain that we are better off than where we were.
Thank you so much for coming through.
Anytime, and I'm coming
Nilikuwa na
back next
maswali
week.
mingi, ukuja hapa next week niko na maswali. Zile pikipiki zilipeana sweta zilifikia wenyewe?
Zilifikia wenyewe, na watu waache propaganda. By the way, that's very bad propaganda. I had some anyway, wacha
It's okay.
Zilifikia wenyewe.
All right, thank you so
I
much,
actually found
Gabriel.
them. No,
Gabriel,
zilifikia wenyewe.
thank you so much. We shall definitely have this conversation again and again. We welcome you to Radio Generation and start having weekly statements. So,
I am going to be a permanent fixture here.
Karibu sana.
All right.
It's 9:01.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's national side Harambee Stars claimed a quarter-final spot at the Kasarani Stadium after a narrow victory against Zambia in the final Group A game at the African Nations Championships. Ryan Ogam scored the only goal of the game with 15 minutes to go to ensure Kenya finished top of the group, with Morocco beating DR Congo 3-1 in the simultaneous fixture. Both Kenya and Morocco progressed to the quarter-finals, leaving the Leopards stranded in the third place. Harambee Stars coach Benny McCarthy says he was happy with the results.
Zambia was stubborn today. They defended, they played really well. But at the end of the day, I think when we moved the ball the way we did, and then we create the chance for Ryan, and we score one goal, so, you know, I would have liked it to be more. But at the end of the day, I'm happy with the win. We get to play our next match in the quarterfinals. We stay in Kenya, and that was the all important. So Tanzania will get their wish, and they will experience what we experience. The group of death. Now Morocco is going to Tanzania.
The government is committed to initiate development projects in marginalized areas and bring equity to the sharing of the national resources, says Treasury CS John Mbadi. Mbadi said that the Kenya Kwanza government will traverse the country to listen to people and initiate development projects to areas that had been forgotten by previous governments. He says all Kenyans, regardless of background, pay taxes and have a right to get development. The CS was speaking in Tana River County over the weekend.
Hata mtoto wa miezi moja analipa ushuru, na unasema watu wengine wako na shares na wengine hawana shares. Sisi zote lazima tuwaambie hao watu wako na fikira mbovu. Sisi zote wa Kenya, sisi tuko na shares katika hii nchi yetu, na hiyo ndio sababu viongozi lazima watembee, waende kwa wananchi, wajue ni shida gani wananchi wako nayo.
The Director of Public Prosecutions, Renson Igonga, has called on prosecutors across Africa to adopt innovative approaches, leverage technology and strengthen regional collaboration to tackle emerging forms of crime. Speaking at the 3rd Annual Prosecutors Conference in Lusaka, Zambia, Igonga said today's prosecutors need more than legal knowledge, and they must also understand technology and strategic crime trends. Igonga explained recent initiatives to train prosecutors in transnational crimes, including terrorism, drug trafficking, money laundering, cybercrime, and human trafficking. Deputy Government spokesperson Gabriel Muthuma has credited Harambee Stars' recent triumph to deliberate investment in sports under President Ruto's leadership. Speaking live on Radio Generation's People's Breakfast show, Muthuma said the incentives offered to the team were part of government's broader plan to reward excellence, noting that the president only revised them upwards to reinforce his commitment to nurturing talent. He also said the Harambee Stars have officially received 2.5 million Kenya shillings, reward promised by President Ruto.
The 2.5.
Yes,
hiyo nafikirisha ingia kwa mfuko. You see, one thing obviously I trust, our boys will be very happy. That is one. But again, the motivation, the money, the monetary motivation, albeit so welcome, still That is the inspiration. The perspiration, which is to me 90% of what you see on the field, is what matters.
Authorities in Nigeria are racing against time to find more than 40 people missing after a boat carrying market traders capsized in Sokoto State. The National Emergency Management Agency confirmed on Sunday that its team in Sokoto had joined local responders to support the search and rescue mission. According to NEMA, the wooden boat was ferrying more than 50 passengers to Goroyo Market when it overturned in the river. So far, at least 10 survivors have been pulled from the water, but more than 40 others remain unaccounted for. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Axel Radio News.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
All right, this is Radio Generation. How are you doing? The time right now is 9:07 in the a.m. Thank you so much for sticking with us up until this particular point, but the show continues all the way till 10 o'clock. Salamu ziwafikia a couple of you who are already tuned in. Kuna David Akero. Good morning, David Akero. Marion Mbogwa. Good morning, Marion. Not Marion, but there's a soldier boy here. There's Njuki Mungai. There's Carol Nyambura. Ongwae Shem. Kuna Madam Spana ndakuita hivyo. Kuna Kevin Saola, kuna Beatrice Omanwa, and then of course there's PK tuned in. Thank you so much guys for coming through. Tuendelee vivyo hivyo. Now there's a story here. I've just seen it for the first time and I'm like, ala. So the PCS, that is the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi, has unveiled the Phantom magazine and website. Why the government wants to call something they're publicating or papalawata? Initoka niko public what? Publishing, yes. Kizungu ilikuwa imepotea for a second there. But yeah, why they are publishing something and calling it a Phantom magazine is beyond me. But this is what the story says. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has launched a new news magazine and website titled The Phantom.
You know, I'm laughing.
Yeah.
When you're talking about the Chief Cabinet Secretary.
Yes.
In his youth, he was a very swift runner and played rugby.
Okay.
His nickname was Phantom.
Really? When he was at Nairobi school?
He was called Phantom. Yes.
So he has actually brought this nickname of his to life.
That is why I'm laughing.
So Phantom has released this thing.
Phantom has released a Phantom.
Yes. And he has said that a platform designed to showcase his vision for Kenya and trace his political journey from when he first joined government at the age of 29.
Yeah. 29 is a good age.
Yeah. So he described the platform as more than just a publication. It represents a space for ideas, dialogue and exchange, and an interactive hub that seeks to amplify Kenya's voice in economic diplomacy, safeguard our national interests, and foster partnerships that drive trade, investment and sustainable development. Phantom will allow Mudavadi to communicate directly with Kenyans. So this is it like a social media space? I'll actually open it up. So the Phantom will allow Mudavadi to communicate directly with Kenyans, sharing not just achievements, but the ideals and goals that guide his public service. And you've actually mentioned it here, and ameandika hapa. Each edition of the magazine and website will give insight into his career, leadership style and experiences, including his early involvement in sports like soccer, rugby, hockey, sprinting and swimming skills. He says shaped his strategic thinking. Ukisema ati PCS Mudavadi alikuwa anakimbia. You know, rugby needs you also to be a very fast
No, he was speedy. Runner. He used to play rugby. He was swift.
So unataka kuniambia Musalia Mudavadi yu mwenye ninaona saizi ati kuna tema alikuwa anatoka mbio, alikuwa anatoka pudhu.
Let me tell you something, bro.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled by the present. My reference point is the past. Yes. Long before your time.
Kama jamaa alijoin gava akiwa 29.
Yes.
Wewe niambie.
His father passed away.
And he has been in government ever since.
No, he's had breaks.
Of course. But the fact that he was in parliament, that means that he was in government. Because we say the government has got 3 years.
Oh, that man didn't just join government as an MP, he joined as a minister.
That's how he started. Was
Yes.
it when his father passed away?
Yes, he started as a minister. None of these MP staffs, you need assistant minister, minister.
So he became minister, then became MP after that, and continued being MP,
No,
minister,
no, no.
MP,
In those
minister.
days, to become a minister, you need to be an MP.
Yes.
So, somebody passed away, there's a by-election.
So when his father passed away,
there was an election.
He was presented as his successor. And he succeeded.
Not only did he succeed, his father was popular.
Yes.
His father,
Moses Mudavadi.
Yes, he was
Nakumbuka
he
babake
was-
akikufa nilikuanga alive.
He was very popular. Yes. So he ascended to that particular position and he stayed there
He
for a long time.
ascended to the throne.
He did. He did. And remember also,
yes,
to the point where he was even a vice president.
I remember.
Please remember.
He was vice president for like 3 months.
Even if it's for a week.
Yeah, he was vice president. Yes. Now, his friend, his BFF, the one who appointed him to the position of PCS, unakumbuka alikuwa anasema mambo ya dynasty inaisha, na alikuwa anasema itisha naye.
Sloganeering, the things that people say in politics must always be contextualized.
Because if we're being honest, kidogo hapa, yeah.
Look, something serves a purpose. It's a tool, it's a weapon you use at a certain point in time. And as you're using it, you forget one little fact, that it cuts both ways.
Yes.
Okay, so you say it, we will remember it. The thing about the media never actually forgets.
Yeah.
So they'll continue remembering it.
And they say the internet also never forgets.
Oh, the internet forgets nothing.
Yeah.
Once it's out there, that's it.
Gabriel has just told us that pikipiki zilipatiana kwa wenye walikuwa nafaa kupata.
My beef is not the pikipiki. The point I was trying to make at the end, the pikipiki have to be part of a much larger plan. A pikipiki to a few people doesn't solve the problem of transport or business opportunities for the youth.
Or entrepreneurship.
It doesn't solve it.
You are giving also...
it doesn't matter, even if they were each given one house, it still doesn't solve it. There has to be a plan within which this particular incident features. Then you know that this is the direction. Even if there are 100 people given motorbikes, you still don't solve the problem. For a problem to be dealt with, there has to be a structure within which you can see it working out. And as I said, this is where we are starting. It's a journey that can be documented. Then you know this thing is going to work. A one-off, it's like Harambe to a church.
Yeah.
And then?
But if you give a church 120 million, you've set up those guys for life.
You know, my friend, you haven't set them up for life. What you've done is you've created a culture that will harm that church. It is important that you help and you contribute, and all that is good. That money lands in the hands of Kenyans who happen to be church elders. There is absolutely no guarantee that that money is going to do what it was intended for. Suddenly, administrative things will come in.
The pastor will need to go to Britain.
Administrative things will come in. I'm putting it generally. And the elders and the people there will be part of that administrative process. Suddenly, there will be very many activities, meetings held to determine the way forward, meetings held to ratify what was discussed in the previous meeting, meetings held now to bring together all these ideas that were discussed.
All the meetings now.
Yes, then all the branches have a big meeting where all the administrators meet to discuss this thing. Then you have a final meeting for the way forward. Then when the way forward begins, you now have weekly meetings. Administration will consume a huge chunk of that.
So
money.
out of 120, they watakula 70 million.
My friend,
tukiangalia tu
if they spend 20, you're lucky.
And he has also said, and you know, when he said that he's running the Ministry of Propaganda, I remember very well that when Dr. Mutua, when he was government spokesperson, You know, people actually thought that he was just talking, blubbering, just saying nothing, because every week he comes and says, oh, you see this and that, oh, the project like this, oh, we have this ministry doing this. But now I believe that we can actually appreciate if this particular government give us that nuisance.
You see, Mutua would speak from both ends of the mouth sometimes when he was government spokesman. Okay?
You realize he's currently a CS?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
I even know him.
Carry on.
So that I don't know him. But that was his job.
Mm-hmm.
He was supposed to do the things he thought he was doing well. Now, in this day and age, with alternate media, which we refer to as social media, and the speed with which information is actually cascaded and brought out into the public domain, the thing that would be enduring is when you deal with the truth and you deal with honesty. Because it doesn't matter what you say, you won't move it. It won't budge, it'll remain. It's a constant. That's the thing about it, it's a constant. You cannot get into the game of being somebody who wants to, what is the word that they use? You want to manipulate facts. You want to manipulate situations. It'll, sooner rather than later, it'll become obvious that's what you've done. The truth has this nasty habit of always rearing its head when you least want it to do so. This conversation we're having with Gabriel was me trying to tell him, look, it is up to you to convince people that this government is actually doing what it is that you say. Because most people do not believe a word of it. And once people have it in their minds that they don't believe you, my friend, even if there's a building standing in front of them, they'll say there's no building. And it's there, they can see it. And if they admit it, they'll admit, yeah, but that building was there even before. I said, when was it before? In fact, he didn't. They will always look for a reason to ensure that that disbelief they have is given ammunition.
True.
So the fight to actually ensure that what you're presenting is also not more propaganda, but actually the truth. That is the fight. Because right now, that's not what they're doing.
In your opinion, City, as a citizen of this country, do you feel like the government is working the way it's supposed to work?
It is not.
Okay.
It is not.
But do you believe that we owe the president some level of gratitude for achieving whatever he has achieved so far?
Absolutely not. I employ you to do a job, then I'm supposed to be.
And I know you were going to go there.
Yes, but that is exactly where I'm at.
Nilijua utaenda hapo.
Lazima niende huko. Well, thanking him for what exactly?
Zile za nye hapo manze jo.
No.
You have
acknowledged that the plan that was set has been realized. To congratulate you, what?
Not congratulate, but just extend some kind of gratitude.
No, gratitude out of the question. He should be grateful to us for having given him the job. What do you mean gratitude? Chief,
yes,
this is not a monarchy. We are trying to be a liberal democracy here. When you are a servant and you act like one and you behave like one and people see the service you're providing, they will be grateful.
See, but he tells us, wangwana, munataka nifanye namna gani?
This is my view. Of all the presidents we've had,
yes,
if there's a president who can genuinely bring about revolutionary change, it's this one. But people who have that ability, unfortunately, have the ability to also do the complete opposite. Same person. Now it's a question of which of those abilities we will see come into the fore. Because as of now, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
But I know, not I believe, I know he is the president who can actually bring about all these changes we talk about. Sorting out corruption, dealing, he can. He has the energy, he has the will, he has backed against many tides, and he tirelessly does the things that he does. If that energy is set towards achieving the things that we keep talking about, this particular president will achieve them. But is that what he's doing?
Okay. I get your point. And your point is basically, wewe fanya kazi yako, wacha kazi yako itupatie asanti.
My friend, kazi yako ikifanyika jinsi inavyohitajika, shukrani itakuwa inanyesha kama mvua, because you will see it.
Do we have perhaps, I don't know if you're aware, but do you know of any countries that have a democracy similar to ours and thinks they are working and they're working? The president or the prime minister or whoever is in charge of government, anaangalianga hivyo watu wanasema yenyewe, that's the guy.
Usiende mbali, Botswana. The advantages that Seret Sekama had, he was a hereditary king or chief. Okay? But he was in England at the same time like people who were in leadership in Kenya immediately after independence, like Charles Njonjo and the like. Okay? Now, if you look at the government that he set in place and how they ran their business, it is a democracy, and the citizenry do benefit from the wealth of that country, whether it's the diamonds, whatever natural resources, they do benefit. They are not that many, but that's besides the point. The government, there are countries where there are not many, but people are impoverished. It's like they're reinventing the term and the understanding of poverty. They benefit. Mozambique, Angola, they have hiccups, but you can see the attempts that the governments make. Namibia.
Okay.
We do have examples on the continent. Yes.
Okay.
If you go to the north, you'll find something similar. You look at Morocco.
They have a king.
It doesn't matter. They also have a parliament.
Okay.
Okay? And when you have a parliament, it is not an absolute monarchy. It's a constitutional monarchy. So you do have some democracy. See, the point I'm trying to make is this. I actually don't have a problem with the kingdoms and what have you. Not really. The idea of the experiment that we now refer to as liberal democracy has worked for a very long time. But like all things created by man, there's an expiry date and it needs to be tweaked.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is, if you look at democracy as we see it practiced in America, because that's what the big representation of it.
You're saying that it has a time limit?
It does have a time limit.
Expiry date.
It does have yes. What was there has to be tweaked. It'll be democracy, but you have to configure it so that it suits the times that you're in. Because the nature of that democracy, as they have it, differs significantly from the democracy you see in the Scandinavian countries, who lean more towards the social welfare state. Again, someone would say their numbers are few, but that's besides the point.
Most of the Scandinavian countries also are monarchies.
Yes, but constitutional.
Yeah.
The king and the queen and that particular group of people are not actively involved in politics.
Okay.
It's like the UK. You could say it has a king. They're predominantly ceremonial. Yes.
Okay.
Germany is the same.
But that monarchy plays a role as far as democracy governance is concerned. It might be symbolic. It might be
that symbol is huge. Like in Britain, the king has to give the nod for the prime minister
exactly
to form a government. So yes, that's their system. It works for them. We don't have that system. I'm saying this because what I'm heading towards is this proposition. The democracy that we adopt must suit us. And if you look at what we are going through in our politics, that's actually what we're doing.
So in your opinion then, what in our democracy should be tweaked, expunged, or introduced?
The thing that we need to do, first of all, before we even get there, is just ensure that we implement this constitution, because we haven't. We've been fighting the constitution. We here being those who are in leadership, beginning with Uhuru Kenyatta. Because Uhuru Kenyatta's government was the first government to actually come in and have the full force of
the 2010 constitution.
Yes. And the ones were to grapple with very many things that Kibaki didn't have to grapple with. So, the implementation of the constitution, because we are tweaking laws before we've even implemented the constitution fully. Because it's in the implementation that you'll understand what you need to tweak. Because you have to operationalize it and see how is it working. Like we wouldn't know how the county governments work until we actually promulgated them and we said, please move forth. They've moved forth, now we can see how they work or how they don't work. Yes. But if this hadn't happened, we would not have been in a position to do so.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in your opinion then, and I keep on asking your opinion because at the end of the day, that's just what it is.
My opinion.
An opinion. If we were to implement and I don't think, is there a place we can actually pinpoint and say those guys actually wanafanyanga everything according to their constitution without hiccups, without any, it's cast on stone, because it is actually cast on stone.
The constitution or any constitution, any law is actually counterintuitive to most human beings because it's actually a full stop for you not to do certain things.
Right.
Now, so most people will actually react against it. But it exists because it understands that people will be given to doing things they shouldn't do. So that is now the wall that is created, or the check and balance, so that you actually do what is in the common good.
Okay.
So the implementation of the constitution will be fought, and vigorously so, because the implementation, if you look at the different facets of it,
yes,
many of them will run contrary to what certain people have been used to doing even now. They will not want that implemented, for sure. Okay. They'll want something else. They prefer the status quo, but they can't because the constitution is there. So what do? You tweak it in your favor.
All right. Thank you so much, City. Kama kawaida tunapenda ukitupatia your wisdom. Kuna Aaron Kim amesema Sing City is so refreshing and a joy. Aaron Kim, welcome to the show. Please stick with us till the very end and we hope to see you over and over again. Aya, sasa tuingie katika conversation yenye tulikuwa tunafaa kufanya wakati huu. We have our guest in studio. She is a breast cancer survivor and she's also the founder of Needy Cancer Health Initiative. This is Nana Kilemi. Nana, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really sorry for coming in late.
It's okay. We appreciate the fact that tumefika. Waswahili wanasema is it Waswahili ama ni nani wanasemanga kuchelewa? No, better late than never.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, the traffic was terrible, but I'm glad that
Waswahili wanasema hivyo.
Ni wazungu walisema
better late than never.
Ni wazungu walisema.
Waswahili wapi hao?
Kidogo karibu niseme mambo yangu hapa, lakini Nana, welcome so much to Radio Generation.
Okay.
And we just want to understand cancer from your perspective.
Okay.
And like we like saying, from the horse's mouth. When did you discover you had cancer and what happened after that?
So first of all, my name is Nana Kilemi. I'm a breast cancer survivor, 3 years now in remission. I was diagnosed in August 2022 and I was declared cancer free 12 months later. So 3rd of August 2023.
Wow.
But then it has...
What made you, how was the diagnosis? Was it like, were you
diagnostic
for a routine, mammogram or breast check and then ukaambiwa by day, or did you have symptoms? Did you fall sick? Did someone look at you like this and say, "Bwendo angaliwe"? How did you get there?
None of that happened, imagine. What happened, the way women on our menses day, our breasts become very sensitive and really painful.
Yes.
So my breast would just behave like any other breast, but then I realized my right breast is going an extra mile of feeling some very funny sensation. Like my breast is like burning. So that was in 2020, imagine. And this is something I really want us to talk about today because it's something which is killing women quietly.
Yeah.
Fear. So when I touched my breast, the normal routines, and I could feel a lump, like a small stone, and you must also understand that this is not just normal lumps where when you breastfeed, the breast have this lump and that. So I could feel that small lump and I knew there's a problem. But then, I'd come from a really messy divorce. No, it was not even a divorce because that guy never married me officially.
It was just a separation. Oh. Was it cohabiting?
Cohabiting with no legal papers, so you can't say I was married by
who? Alikuwa amefika nyumbani kwenu akapeana mbuzi kadhaa.
Hata hakuna kitu, hata chura hakuwa amepiga teke ingie kwa babangu jamani. So we can't say I was.
So he was living with you illegally.
I was the one who was living in his house
illegally.
in an unwanted place.
All right.
So maybe we should not talk about that another day.
Sure.
So when I he's laughing. So when I had this, I was very scared because I didn't have money. I was really struggling, and trust you me, for 2 years I was on painkillers, and that breast did not stop acting for one single day. How I never went to hospital, only God knows. But see, I'm a single parent. I just lost my job, my property, my money, my everything. Then there's this mess of a breast, which I know deep inside me that it is sick.
And this is a pain, again, this is just a pain, like, is it a daily pain or just during your
daily,
period?
second, everyday pain. Like my breast was acting as if it has pus inside. So it came a time, now that year of diagnosis, I could not put on bra. You know, I could not sleep on with my right side because the pain was too much.
Too much, yeah.
Then one day that breast dimpled. Dimpling is like
Yeah.
the doctors call it tethering. And I was like, wow, this is serious. And that time I was very sick, fatigue, very irregular periods, and everyone's backache, lack of appetite, and extreme fatigue. Hiccups. I wasn't sleeping because of hiccups. And by the way, guys, hiccups is a bad sign, If you are hiccuping
a lot,
go to hospital. So then that day I went to hospital, and from 1st of August my life was never the same again.
So you went to on 1st of August?
Yeah, the doctor who saw that was like, this is serious, Nana. You need to see a breast specialist now. I went to hospital. The breast surgeon was like, you need to go for mammogram and ultrasound.
Okay.
The same day we went with my sister. We were done for mammogram and ultrasound.
Both of you?
Yes. No, me alone.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it turned out that it was not even one lump actually. There were 3, and the axillary nodes, gahe. They call it in Kikuyu gahe.
Yeah, they are lymph nodes.
Lymph nodes, were attached. So of course the next thing was now biopsy. They had to remove part of those
lumps.
Yeah, lumps, and see what lump are those. But of course, when the lymph nodes are attached, you don't need to be told. So I straight away, it turned out to be stage 3.
So it had metastasized.
Yes, but they were calling it locus prend. So yeah, I started treatment immediately. I was done for mastectomy, the removal of the right breast and the lymph nodes. Then I did
on the right side now.
Yeah, on the right side. They removed all of it because my doctor said the spread is too much.
Yeah,
they can't just remove the lumps, and then the lymph nodes were also had to be removed. So that is why I wear this, because now I got a permanent damage called lymphedema. A lot of fluid retention on my right hand because now the system was messed.
Maybe you can just explain to us what that is and what happens when you wear it.
This is a compressor. This one makes my hand a bit comfortable because my hand keeps on swelling. It's retention of too much fluid.
Yeah.
Because now the lymph nodes which moves the fluids are no longer there. So I have to go for physiotherapy every Monday. I have to be on this, and it's not, I don't also do a lot of heavy work with this. So, but with time it will get better.
Or they said with time you'll stop having the retention.
No, that I'll have to do another operation, but later in the year to rectify that.
This year?
No, later.
Or later as you progress.
Yeah, as I progress. Yes.
Wow. So your life literally but for 2 years you were in pain until 2022. That's when you decided to go for your test, for your medical test, and they found what they found. But I'm sure for those 2 years you knew what was going on.
I knew at the back of my mind this could be cancer. But let me tell you, poverty is a scam. And I'm telling you the truth. That is why I'm here to tell Kenyans, let us not agree to be taken that way. I couldn't afford 4,000 to go to a breast surgeon, and for 2 years every day I would don 5,000. My house help would be like, Nana, hakuna chumvi, hakuna skari, hakuna gas, and it was very difficult for me. I didn't go to hospital because I didn't want to go. I didn't go to hospital because I could not afford.
So eventually when you went, where did you get the money from? Was it your sister, like you mentioned, alikupeleka?
It's my sisters and my family, my friends. So when I went, my sister actually, no, let me not lie. had a boyfriend who paid for me, and he had given me money over and over again because I kept on telling him, by then my breast. Then he's like, there's nothing serious with that breast. Just then
he told you don't have to worry.
But twice he gave me money, and twice I hate that money. So that time,
Alikula fair.
Yeah, when I showed him this thing, he was like, where? You have to go to hospital. So actually, when we were going with my sister, we had money. So I went to hospital. But then after that mammogram, because we have a brother who is a cancer specialist in the US.
Your brother?
And even my sister
is a medical doctor.
My sister-in-law is also a medic. So when they had those results, they were like, wow, tumepatikana. Like, there's no way out. This is cancer. So immediately, I can for sure tell you the support system has played a role of me being where I am.
So for your treatment, where did you get the money from?
From my siblings. Immediately they organized Harambee and my friends. In 6 days we raised 3 million.
6 days?
6 days.
3 million?
Yes. 3 million. Because guys were like, Nana, you know, I used then, when I was diagnosed, I used to hawk shoes from Kamukunji. I used to get shoes from Isli. Buy shoes, not buy copper shoes from Waria, carry them in a bag to Kamukunji because I could not afford that shillings
from
Isli to Kamukunji. Go copper more shoes and then oak in different offices. So I had such a huge network of people. So when people hand I'm sick, people really came in through, and that is why you are told treat people well.
Your network is your net worth.
Oh yes, and in 6 days we raised 3 million.
3M.
And I'm here to tell guys, yes, SHA is paying for cancer, but the biggest problem we are having currently in Kenya with SHA is the drivers. You know, the late presentation of cancer diagnosis in Kenya is the cost of diagnostics, because the SHA covers cost, but the top-ups, the parents are requested to pop up are extremely prohibitive. What I mean is, like a patient with a large mass like mine,
yes,
and most of them are coming with that, you have to pay, and I'm talking about now a public facility, 27,100. In a place where I work at the Nairobi West Cancer Care Center, you have to pay around 60,000 for you know what diagnostics is? It is a biopsy, because that is what declares whether you have cancer or not. Histology, there is something called immune histology chemistry, IHC, and staging CT scans, so that the doctors can know hii cancer iko stage gani ndio upewe what treatment. Now this is where the biggest problem we are having in this country, and I would urge the government, we need to go back to this SHA thing, because now by the time Nana and others get the real treatment, this is where majority of us are dying.
Ebu, tell us, as a cancer patient and a survivor now, have you used SHA? Yes, I do. So what did SHA do for you, and what can it not do for you?
Let me tell you, by then, because then I was using NHIF, it also didn't cover this main thing of biopsy. And you know, this is where the
NHIF now
is. And even now SHA is not covering. You have to do all these things, and then now SHA covers chemotherapy. Sure, tuseme mali kitu ni mzuri, they pay for chemo fully in public hospitals. In
no matter how many rounds of chemo you use.
Yeah, but in private facilities, they do 80%, you top up 20%. That is chemo. They are paying for radiotherapy. In public facilities, it is fully, I think 25 sessions or so. But in public facilities, you have to top up, because this is a public facility which has its operation cost. Then they pay for medication. Like now, Nana is on hormone therapy. I'm doing letrozole and I'm doing tamoxifen. These are medication to help my hormones to stop or suppress them, because that is where my problem is. So they pay for this. They also pay for 4 sessions of lab works. I think in most private hospital and facilities, biopsy they only cover 5,000. And you see now biopsy is the main thing.
Because that is what determines
yes.
whether you
so
have cancer
if in the
or not.
public facility you are told to pay 27,100 cash, so what can 5,000
Just
do?
hold on.
Yes.
What did you see the cost of biopsy was in a public hospital?
27,100.
And what does the SHA pay?
5,000.
So you're left with another 22 to pay.
That is a public facility where you take like 2 or 3 months to get the results because of the queues.
Yes. Now in the private?
Private is it's around 50, 60, and it depends is which hospital. But
So let's say it's 60. How long will the results take for you to get them?
like 5 to 9 days.
Okay.
Yeah, and
That's
then,
what you were asking,
yes,
City, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and then there is a cost of now diagnostics. They are giving 100,000. So for any CT scan you going to do, you only get 6,900 from SHA, and most of the CT scan they are 15,000 in either public, private hospital. So you have to cover the other differences, and this has to be done before you start treatment. And now something like PET scan, it's being covered in public hospital, which is only one which has PET scan, KU, they cover fully. At the also Nairobi West Hospital, they cover fully for the PET scan, which is 53,500. But the other facilities,
You're saying Nairobi West?
yes, Nairobi West
But
Hospital.
that's private, right?
It's private.
But the
at
government will
least-
pay for everything.
No, they cover the PET scan fully.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
but in other facilities you have to top up either between 11,000 to 25,000 because it depends with each hospital. There are some hospitals which are charging as much as 75,000, and government is only paying 53,500. So you see, my dear ones, where we have the problem. So literally, you find out the death of cancers in Kenya is not the cancer which is killing people. It is these other external factors.
The cost.
Because for sure, for you to get where Nana is and many others, money has to be involved. And it is not just 2 shillings, it is a lot of money.
Tell us about Needy Cancer Health Initiative.
So I am the founder of Needy Cancer Health Initiative. What we are trying to do, because we are just trying actually, is to help very vulnerable cancer patients. So we fundraise locally. We do charity run drives. We had one on 27th. We do fundraising individually. Now we are trying to tell the corporate people to help us. We pay for them SHA at least 1 year. Those very vulnerable patients, so that at least they can be able to
Access some of the services.
When we are able, we have patients we top up for biopsy, so that at least they can get the diagnosis and get, but that is very difficult for us to do even 5 patients because it is very costly and the organization is very young. We're only 2 years old. We give these patients food because we realized in the slums of Nairobi, in the villages of this country, people go for chemotherapy and go home and sleep with no food. That patient will die, whether we like it or not. So we have monthly basket funds for extremely vulnerable cancer patients in Kibra, in Kariobangi, Dandora, Mukuru, those slums. And last week Wednesday, that is what you are doing. You can look on our pages.
When you say you provide food, I need to understand. Do you give them the money for food, or do you do shopping?
We buy.
So now pelekea unga, mchele.
Tuko na package. That package is around 5,000.
Okay.
Iko na unga, mchele, unga ya uji, minji. Unajua ile kitu mtu anakitoka hospitali anaweza chemsha akule. Asilale njaa. It's a small package but very helpful.
My mother is a cancer survivor also.
Okay.
And I remember her appetite was really, because when she was going through the treatment, she lived with me in my house. So I remember ile siku ametoka chemotherapy, appetite yake ilikuanga off. So she really struggled to eat food, but nowadays amepona ako sawa. One thing I want to understand is that there are some patients, cancer patients that have large families, and they are still unable. Probably that person was the sole breadwinner of that family, and now they have cancer, and they had a family of even say 3, 4, 5 people. How do you handle that situation? Would you do shopping for the entire family? Ama itu ni the patient?
Ni the patient.
Okay.
But you see, sasa nikikuletea unga utakula peke yako.
Of course huwezi kula peke yako.
So hiyo food inaletwa tu kwa hiyo familia. We really don't care if it will be eaten by you, but it's brought by to that family. Okay. But you see what is happening as we deal with abandoned people. Actually we touch the untouchable, people who have been left to die by their families. We also pay rent for some. We also give breast prostheses and mastectomy bras and these compressors to the women who have lost their breasts through breast cancer. And we do a lot of advocacy on preventive measures, because apparently, you guys, 80% of cancers are preventable.
Yeah.
Like, the information is being hidden from people. And we are being sold to the wrong information. Like, for instance, cancer cells only feed on one thing, sugar. If they don't have sugar, they can't survive. But what are we being told to eat? Kula kidogo. No, not uji. Kula matunda kidogo kidogo. Kula sijui mchele kidogo nini, musikule nyama. It's a lie. Let me tell you, Kenyans, if you are listening to me today with no fear of confidence, eat red fatty meat. Kuleni nyama. Mimi ndio nawaambia hizo stories zingine za njaba. WHO, by the way, they know what they intend.
Yeah.
Do you know those have cooked nutritionists who are telling you to eat things in bit? It's a lie. You are fueling these cells. You get, that is why we are having so much people coming back to cancer. It's called it's like a backlash. You know. It's a recurrence. We have because patient atakulaje bananas, one banana is equivalent to 9 teaspoons of sugar. Na hizi vitu ndizo cancer cells inataka. Utaambiaje kule patient akule mchele throughout, akule chapati, akule ni, those things are scam. You cannot keep on eating those things if your body has been touched by cancer. And you guys who have not been touched, keep off refined carbs because they go direct to your blood and spike the sugars, insulin. Eat turundi kwa zile diet zetu za kitambo. Kuleni nyama, my friend. Mimi ndio nawaambia kuleni. Na kwanza wanaume, those things you are taking blue pills. Did you know that madhagiro, the wolves, the kichwas of gold, that is the real deal Viagra, men. Soup, uji.
Break. Kichwa ya mbuzi, you said?
Kichwa ya mbuzi, kichwa ya ng'ombe.
Kidogo,
kichwa ya mbuzi, kichwa ya ng'ombe. Wolves, hizi madhagiro zinaitwa madhagiro. And supu
ya
mutura. Every man should know those bases.
Those things are very good.
Especially for men.
Inasaidia battery.
Nguvu ya kiume.
Kabisa, I'm telling you the truth, guys, and I'm not lying. Every man, it doesn't matter who you are, should know those bases.
Yeah. Even grandfathers such as
oh yeah. Kata paka mzee kunywa maziwa jamani.
Ni kweli?
So, kwanza hao ndio watu wanajielewa kuliko
sisi wengine.
Gen Z millennials, muko zero. So, guys.
Kwanza mbona ameniangalia akiniambia muko zero. No, but I actually do agree with you in terms of, avoiding the refined foods. But in your journey, did you meet dietitians, nutritionists, or are you working with any, by the way, in your initiative?
Even now we are working with one, but my oncologist told me from day one, I'm sorry to say this, she was like, Nana, you married? I was saying, no, nilifukuzwa. So she told me, I'm assuring you will live 101%. Just follow what I'm saying. Then she said, number 2, you make sure every day you eat 3 eggs. Oncologist, daily. 3 born eggs. She told me, eggs is a powerhouse, Nana. Then eat meat. Food yako lunch, you must have meat. Food yako dinner must have meat. I was like, what are you saying? But people are saying cancer is caused by. She was like, stories are jabba. I'm the one who is telling you. Let us cancer these cells with no food and medication.
Okay.
So I was like, and what does marriage have to do with cancer? She was like, you see, most of the married people, both men and women, during healing process, they are not able to separate emotions. And unfortunately, guys, research shows 70% of men leave their spouses when they get sick of chronic illnesses, and 30% of women leave.
So wait, the men leave their wives when the men are sick, or the men leave their wives when the wives are sick?
When the wives are sick, 70% of the men are
So
like
a larger proportion in a marriage, it is more men who will leave their spouses when they are unwell than women. Women, half of the number proportionally are the ones who would actually leave the husbands.
Exactly.
Those statistics pan out when you look at what we call in the world of HIV and AIDS discordant couples. In cases where the person who was HIV positive was the woman, the likelihood of the man leaving was very high.
Exactly.
The other way around, where the woman was negative and the husband was positive, they stayed.
And now it is happening with cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so many people are, but let me tell you, me personally, that stage I was so sick, and you know, I saw the way my sisters were, my friend, my siblings were in distress because of my sickness. Cancer is bad. I was like, if I had a spouse here, wouldn't they stay? Wouldn't they stay with someone who is vomiting 24/7?
Yeah.
You are hearing on yourself. You are sick 24 for 2 years. I was like, would they have stayed? And even me myself, I was asking, would I have stayed? And questions. And questions.
Wow.
Yes.
So the doctor was advising you to do what? To get a husband?
No. To stay at my sister's place.
Oh.
It was like, stay there. And you know I have
I needed to confirm. No. City, I needed to confirm. Kama daktari alimwambia, tuko single. Wendo tafute mtu.
Hapana. Me, I have even friends who are when they got diagnosed, before they started treatment, they divorced fast. Like, cut a divorce and a treatment. You know why? Cancer is, adult cancers are 100% stress related, and I can sure tell you where I got my cancer from. It is from this banana plantation marriage I had sticked on, because when this guy left, it all of a sudden someone leaves. I cried for 4 years. By the 4th year, when I'm dusting off, I have a lamp, so I jump from the frying pan to the
fire.
Thank you. 100% stress related. How? When your body is stressed throughout, you produce an hormone called cortisol.
Cortisol, it's a stress hormone.
Cortisol is a stress hormone. It fights your immune system. So what happens? Cancer is a disease of the immune. So Nana is eating chapati, chips, drinking soda, alcohol, all these things. And I'm extremely stressed. Cancer cells, my friends, inapiga sherehe hapo. You get my point? That is why I every day I meet with married people, men and women. I say, now you are sick. Anything can happen to this person. What you do, separate your emotions, my dear. Concentrate on your healing, because this pain is personal. This is personalized. Make it personal. Concentrate on your healing. Don't lower your expectations. Actually, have zero expectations on your spouse. If they support you, well and good. If they don't support you, move on and heal. Period.
Okay.
That is where we are.
So I need to understand about Needy Cancer Health Initiative. Do you have statistics on maybe how many people you've been able to help so far?
Yes. In 2 years, our database now is at, I think, 22,000 and that a patient. Extremely poor people who are sick and hopeless. So we had paid NHIF around 300 of them. Like as you know, from October last year, NHIF gone. So between October and now,
actually in 2023.
Yeah. So in between October and now, we've been able to pay SHA for around 280 patients in full, and we feed around, let's say, 100 families, both in Nairobi and outskirts. And we started, at least we have 5 people we have started for small businesses when they are in remission. So we jumpstart their life. Tumewekea kashop ya cereals, mwingine kuku, mwingine kasalon. You know, those kind of things, around 5 of them. And we are still pushing on. We are trying, and we pray God that we'll get sponsors and donors who can jump in and help us with
You said that you fundraise. How do you fundraise, and from whom?
Individuals. We have a group where people contribute 1,000 bob on monthly basis and 100 shillings every Friday for the food caravan. We also have events like a charity run we had last weekend. and other small things.
So it's well wishers.
It's well wishers, completely well wishers. And before also I leave,
Yeah.
I also want to tell people about medical checkup, because that is also one of the things we are mentoring on. Free medical checkup. Like now on 5th of September, we'll have a cervical and breast cancer screening free at the Mukuru slums in one of the dispensaries, in collaboration with Nairobi West Hospital, with Nasra Mogi from the county government of Nairobi, and this event is sponsored by Brookside. Please, guys, let us purpose on going for medical checkup. Make it yearly a must. Among the things you need to do yearly, make it a must to go for medical checkup. How do you know you have cancer? If you have any tumor, if you have any growth, the only thing which can verify that you have cancer is a biopsy. Tafadhali watu wetu, stop being cheated by quack doctors. You can only be declared that you have cancer after doing
a biopsy.
Tafadhali, my fellow women, usiende kukatwa matiti yote ufanyiwe biopsy. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Ni aje sasa surely how are you able to do those crazy things? Ati unakata matiti yote uende ukafanya biopsy. No, it is never done like that. You just take a sample. Usiitikie daktari akukata matiti yote aende afanye biopsy. Hapana. It is just a small sample. The other thing.
Yes.
Follow doctor's instructions. My dear people, cancer can never be healed by herbs. Cancer is lethal. Cancer needs lethal medication.
Kuna wenye wataenda kwa waganga sababu wanaona walirogwa. I've been my village people are overworking, so they don't want me to prosper. My brother doesn't like me doing this.
That is a scam. Cancer is not witchcraft. Cancer is not a curse. Cancer is actually it is not even a disease. It is a disorder in the body, because as which are just misbehaving.
Can I ask you something, Nana?
Yes, please.
In the time that you've been an advocate and you yourself have been a cancer patient, can you determine what are the stress factors in areas in this country where you find cancer is prevalent? Because if we take stress, we know what stress does, produces cortisol. That thing does damage to your immune system like nothing else can. The stressors, what are they? What are the key stressors that bring about or start this journey that eventually ends up with someone developing cancer cells and then being sick?
Do I talk about the stresses or the risk factors of cancer?
You see, why risk factors you can enumerate.
Yeah.
Stressors, we don't ever talk about, and yet they're a huge contributor. That is the reason why I've picked on it.
So can I be raw? As raw as we can?
I would like you to be as raw as you possibly can.
So,
red bloody raw.
The statistics show that the killer cancers in Kenya or in the world, number 1 is breast.
Yes.
Number 2 is cervical.
Yes.
Then followed by prostate and other cancers.
Yes.
So if you look at this, who are the number 1 people affected by cancer?
Women.
It's women.
Yes.
And what are women doing to themselves? You see, women, we stopped taking care of us. So Nana, as a burden of my children, the burden of my husband, who don't give a damn. So what is happening really? And I'm telling you the truth, guys. Imambo ni sisi wenyewe tunajiletea. It is human brewed, like, because we have too much expectations. Look at the marriages today. What is happening to marriages? People are stressing each other from here to Tibitiku. Serious. Nana wants a husband who has a kibarua job in industrial area. You know, a kibarua job is not mass industrial area. There are men in these offices working in these big institutions, in banks, in where earning 30,000. True or false? Sasa mimi nataka huyo mtu na hizo 30,000 anipelekee watoto shule where my sister Damas children are in Brookside, sijui Kilimani Junior, sijui where, I want that person to with that 30,000.
Afanye hivyo.
We have a VITs, but because our neighbor there has a Prando, I want also that.
Akupeleke Dubai.
And also men, you guys also are something else. Actually, men are the yeah. You need guys to get back kidogo.
Okay.
This thing of telling women at you want to be brown, anga sijui, what is nyash? Seriously, guys,
Okay.
50% at home. It can't work. A man has to be above average kidogo. By that, it has to be 60-40. It is never 50-50. It won't work.
Okay.
Stop expectations, because mimi naona hapa pa expectations pekee
ndio tunamaliza,
especially men and women. Then women, parents, can you detach from children? Can you detach from these niggas? Our watoto, they have their lives. Wachana na mtoto aishi maisha yake.
Aki, tumemaliza wakati. I am so sorry, I have to cut you short, but we invite you once again. Maybe you can just give us your contact, how we can reach you, and for the Needy Initiative, the Needy Cancer Health Initiative. How do we reach you?
So right now we have my number, which is 0727 735 306. That's my personal number. If you have a patient who is dying at home, reach out. We will always figure out a way to help them.
Okay.
0727 735 306. Our social media pages on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter is Needy Cancer Health Initiative. And Nana Kilemi is on Facebook, everywhere, anywhere. Nana Kile, follow, look for us. Let's help others.
Thank you so much. This is where we come to a close. Let's meet tomorrow bright and early at exactly 6 in the a.m.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.
All right, so check it.
New Jack Swing.